gonna be
It's going to be
recording.
an amazing day today, y'all.
I'm gonna try and keep it here all day.
I have a couple questions we came up with that I want to have each of you answer your own version to that question
battery
rather
gets
than
low, you
asking
just let me know,
everybody different
but-
questions.
Does it
You
have a
So
plug-in?
the first
what?
one that we are going to
Plug-in?
come up with,
Or-
and if y'all
I have a
don't
battery pack. I'm
know,
gonna charge and bring it over if it gets.
okay,
got two chargers in there.
BeeSquaredTradingPost,
Yeah, but if it, I don't know. how it's gonna pause.
StelasCloset, Runitforadollar,
You can like pause it in between the events. That should
and mini
start
Cassandra.
and stop.
Okay.
But I just want to get it like this and a couple of the speakers, and then like whenever Tiny does their like art thing.
Oh, yeah.
But if you can keep that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, and I'll just watch the battery.
Yeah,
My battery pack is fucking.
I got one too, but if it needs it.
Because we only have one microphone, I'm gonna ask the question, and then you guys can all answer, okay? Yellow?
Yellow. Pickles.
You chose us.
That's Kory. I would have chose you too, though, I'm just saying. So, one question that we came up with as for being on this app, because, and I think we all struggle with staying motivated, because this is a pretty much 24/7 career if you make this full time. It's a lot of work. So, what keeps you motivated to keep going every day? Running your shows, everything that goes along with being on Whatnot. What keeps you motivated that you can help someone who's a new seller coming on this platform to be able to like keep going on here and not get discouraged and decide to like quit? So I'm going to start with you, BeeSquaredTradingPost.
Good morning, welcome everyone. Thank you guys for an amazing event. We're gonna have a lot of fun today. Appreciate you guys. It takes a lot of work to put this together. If you guys have been in our show, you know that we openly talk about struggling with staying motivated. Two things for us. One is opportunity, and the other one is competition. The opportunity on the app, in our opinion, over the next couple of years is limitless, and I hate seeing people perform and don't feel like we can do the same thing. It's one of those things, if you see other people successful, you feel like you can do it as well. So that's what keeps us motivated.
I didn't want to take the time. I mean, I could have.
Well, for us, hi, I'm Cassandra 0328.
Hello.
I think for us, one thing that keeps us motivated, frankly, is cash.
That's a good motivation.
Yeah, and you know, we're in the storage unit category, so for us, we're nosy. I like to dig through other people's things. I like to know what they have. I like to see what treasures we can find. It's like a giant mystery box, and the beauty of it is we get to wake up and share it with other people.
And each other, which doesn't hurt.
Yeah, we're like, good grab, Cassie. You know, and then aside, but I think for us it's the impact that we've made that we didn't realize we were making or we're gonna make, and the paycheck.
That's fair. I would have said the same.
Yeah.
So I'm Stella from StelasCloset, and it's thank you guys for showing up and for being here. So my motivation is definitely I did own a business, several of my own, and then I started working for a corporate world. And that's something that I really cannot do. So waking up every morning and going to actual job, you know, driving 1 or 2 hours to get to the place where I work. So just the opportunity that Whatnot is giving, you know, to make the money, to make the friends, to make such a great day, and not to be able to do it from your home. So that is the motivation. So just the opportunity.
Hello everybody, thank you Kory, appreciate it. I am Jason, or Runitforadollar, and my motivation, there's probably a few different reasons I can probably sit and talk to you about. One is pay the bills, support my family. Two, I worked in the semiconductor industry for over 20 years, and they laid me off in March, right? And that's why I'm doing this full time now. I used to drive 2 hours a day, hour to get to work, hour to get back. Now I can just stay home with my family, my kids and stuff. So that's a big thing for me. The other reason, the way to succeed, I think, is personally, I'm addicted to buying storage units, finding the treasures. I'm in the storage auction category as well, and I love to live unbox. I mean, truly live unbox. I don't go through this stuff. I do take a peek and make sure that it's worthy of live unboxing. But when it is, I love to have people see my reaction when I find stuff. I found gold. I found a gun the other night, you know, and it was like, and the first time I found a gun, I run it.
RTS. RTS.
I had to turn it into Connecticut. Oh, sorry. I'm new to this too, so. But I'm addicted to it. Like, I'm driving. I literally got up at 2 o'clock in the morning, drive here for 6 hours. I'm literally thinking about Facebook Marketplace, about finding an estate sale while I'm here. I messaged 2 people about. I messaged 2 people on the way here to buy some silver from them because I'm like, can I meet you? I'll be in Frederick for, you know, like, so for me, it's very addicting. I love what I do, and it's probably the one thing to succeed is you gotta really love it, and I love it. So I'm not always motivated to get on at night, you know, because my time slot's like 8:30 at night, and that's kind of where I'm at. But there are times where I'm like, you know, but for the most part, I can't wait to get on. It's like a whatnot family. You know, you see the same people coming back, you enjoy talking to them and stuff. And it did take a long time for me to actually show my face. I think it took a month for me to do it because I wasn't used to seeing myself, and I'm still not used to it. I'm always messing my hair because I'm losing it. Like Kory over there. Anyhow, that's it. I know, I'm sorry, I can talk forever, but yeah, I just love it, and just keep talking. So I just love it, and that's just me. So thank you. Gotta pay the bills though, and I have a lot of them.
Thank you, guys. So we had almost a little, what is that called? Football or something? Yeah. I showed her the next question because I thought it might be something you want to think about a little bit. And since they're going first, I wanted them to have an opportunity to think about this question. Nita decides to erase my damn notepad and got rid of all the questions. Here I am thinking, Miss, I can't remember shit in my shows. Who wears this shirt and had this made by my friend Shelly because I can't remember shit is going to get a tote bag, Nita, because I can't remember shit. Now I got to remember what these damn questions are. Luckily, iPhones are amazing, and I was able to retrieve the notes, so I do know the next question. All right, and if you like the can't remember shirts, I sell those in my shows.
It's nothing new that we don't do on our own shows.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just.
All right, so this is a little more difficult one that I want you to really think hard about. And in hindsight, I wish I would have gave you guys these questions ahead of time to be able to think of these. But as a seller, you all have been on here for over a year, right? I want you to talk about the toughest time you have had as a seller and what you did to overcome that to keep you going here. So what's your toughest time as a seller?
Yeah. I would say, actually I had this conversation with someone earlier today, I can't even remember because I've already talked to so many of you. But I think the toughest time that we had is this. I had a hysterectomy in April of 2024, and health problems or in life, right? Life happens. Seems to have been happening a lot to us the last 2 years. The toughest time for us is gaining momentum, something happening, taking time off, and then it's almost like if you don't keep that wheel rolling, it stalls out. That's our toughest time. You mentioned something about, God, I gotta go on at 8:30. You know what it feels like? If you guys are gym people, you know how you hate going to the gym, but you're so glad you did it once you do? Mm-hmm. Just do it. Yeah. Just do it. That's something that we struggle with. God, I really don't want to run tonight. I really don't want to run tonight. Mm-hmm. But if you do run, you're gonna feel a lot better when you see that money coming in. And I think that's what motivates us much, is the opportunity that this app has. And it's not going anywhere. It's just gonna get bigger, and that's what motivates us, because we know that, we see the big picture, and you just have to keep going. So I think that would probably be it for us. keep the momentum going?
So I think one of the hardest challenges for us, we're currently in, it's just the two of us. We do all of our own shipping, we do all of our own going to the dump. We move everything ourselves, couches, chairs, dressers, you should see it, it's a whole thing. We are in this place now where we're too big to do it by ourselves, but too small to hire full-time or somebody that, you know, so we're in this place where, I mean, and we go live sometimes 7 days a week, you know, we're pulling a Kory. We're always live, I don't know. It's crazy. And you too. And you're nurse. But I just, I eat dinner, that's, you know, that's the extent. But that's where we are. So like right now, we're in a transition from a warehouse that actually turned out to be a nightmare, to another warehouse. So we're in this like weird place of, yeah, and so it's like, okay, we gotta make the decision to bite the bullet and take the financial responsibility of somebody else's family on. Do you know what I mean? So that's, and I think right now, that's our hardest point is current. So it's.
Yeah, it's been really smooth sailing for us. Like, we've been really, really, really lucky.
Very fortunate.
Very, very fortunate. Our community is phenomenal. Like,
Hilarious. They
this
are
is a good day.
hilarious.
We don't have bad things to say. But
Yeah, but I, you know.
definitely the hardest part.
Yeah, right now is logistics.
Yeah.
It's, you know, we get off live, we'll say 4 or 5 o'clock PM, and then I ship till 1 AM. Because I have a 6-year-old, so I have to stop, do dinner, then I have to do homework, and then it's bath time.
And
then
it's all
she
at her
needs
house right now.
to hang out, and then, you know, we gotta stop and play Barbies, and then you do it again, and then you do it again, and you do it again, you know, so, yeah. It's, yeah, it's finding that work life and help, frankly, so, and that's what we are.
There is no balance, yeah.
It's 24 hours a day. It is.
So I do not have 1 year on whatnot. So my toughest time, I mean, I do have had the toughest, did have the toughest time in my life, but on whatnot was definitely when me and my friends were, I can say, scammed on whatnot. They're wearing their head, yes, so we did, we were involved in something that, I don't know how to say, so we did purchase like course and train rate, nothing of that happened, so we were full of hope, we were getting ready for something which never happened, so that was my toughest time on whatnot. So they are wearing their heads, so just guys be careful what you're doing. However, I mean, it passed, so we just kept going and that's it. So I still don't have 1 year on whatnot, so life goes on. Yes.
All right, I guess since we're on the seller panel and new sellers, I think everybody's toughest time on getting started, you know, because you don't have people in your room. That was probably my toughest time, but I can think of 4 or 5 different tough times, right? But the first one would be getting started, right? Everybody has their probably own ideas on how to do it. I say it all the time. I followed Kory's way. I literally, in September last year, I had, 7 to 10 followers. I did a sponsorship with him, and it kicked me off. It really did. So what he does say is true for what I think. So, you know, I named myself Runitforadollar. My big goal was to get to 1,000 sales. I started running, you know, I just ran stuff. I didn't care. I was sacrificing. I was selling $100 items for $5 because I was trying to get the sale. You know, I get onto the marketplace, whatnot seller threads, and I give my opinion out. And not everybody thinks it's right. You know, I'm not selling stuff for $1. I'm not saying sell all your stuff for $1. Just get some sales under your belt. Get some people to come back and buy from you. So that's probably the #1 tough time. On my way here today, I had someone message me because they weren't happy with their purchase. So for me personally, that's a tough time. I'm very honest. I'm probably too honest because I literally like give things away to myself or to my buyers.
We appreciate that.
Yeah. I literally do, man. I put stuff in their box, you know. I forget a lot of stuff all the time. Cat, I'm sorry. That's one of my tough times. I really, you know, when I'm growing up, the customer's always right, and I got to get in the mindset that I'm running a business now, you know, and my customers are always right. You know, I've read reviews from people that have bad reviews, and the sellers respond. And there's some people out there, they never even yeah, I'm sorry. You know, it's always like, oh, you did this or you did that or blah blah blah. I've never done that. I've never left a response to anybody that, you know, that had a problem. That's second thing. Third thing would be, I feel like I am doing this way too much. Like, I'm not paying more attention to my kids, you know, and sometimes I feel like that's tough for me. Yeah, but I can't help it. I wake up in the morning and I'm on my phone. So for me, it's tough. I'm on my phone. You know, I'm trying to find stuff to sell because if I can't find a storage unit that's got good stuff in it, I got to go to a estate sale and buy some stuff to sell, you know? And so that's another tough thing for me.
Balance.
But yes, and I got to really learn how to do that because I feel like I neglect them. So, I mean, I don't know. But it is, you know, and I feel bad. I know Amy, you're probably watching this, but for me, she's like, she ships everything, and she always asks, I need your help. I always find a reason not to help her. So, in front of everybody, I mean, literally, it's like, I'll tell her, I'll be there in a second, and then I'm like, oh, I gotta go to the store. You know, I'll be right back, and she does it all, and she does an amazing job, so, yeah, I can go on. I tell you, I can talk about it, so I'm sorry. But I have many different tough things. But selling, getting started, I think that's the toughest thing. You just don't give up. I literally, I mean, I would put something in front of the camera and it wouldn't sell. And I'd put another thing in, and a couple times I was like, I just turn it off. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. And then I'm like, well, that's not the right thing to do. You know, so the next day I get on there and I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna keep pushing. Funkos. You know, Funkos they gotta be perfect, you know, like perfect and good condition and chases and stuff like that, right? I put 10 Funkos out there, nobody's buying them. I'm like, oh, I just spent like $5,000 on them. So anyway, just don't give up. Message one of us, one of the bigger sellers, ask for their help, you know. We'll rate it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep going. I think that's the biggest thing is like, get some of these big sellers to rate into you if you don't have the people in your room. I mean, I think that's the best way to get known is to send 50, 60 people in there. Just get a couple people that will buy from you and keep returning. So, all right, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
And I think I want to add something. I do too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because if you put collectively everything that everyone said, collectively everything that we all said, with all those things that we're trying to do, right, all these different moving parts, the one thing about this app, and that Bill and I lately, it's not an epiphany, but it kind of is, because like, hey, what do we start at? Get our logistics, our shipping down. We got to run it this time. We got do that. You know, should we do what category should we run it? All these things, right? All these nuances. What it is you're selling. Yes, all those things matter. But I think the number one thing that makes the difference and propels you forward is consistency.
Yes.
Be and stay consistent. Do not stop. Pick your schedule, create your schedule, and stay consistent. And once you start doing that, you're going to see it. It just starts propelling forward. That's all I can add.
And I want to share one final thing before I hand the mic back to Jackie. I think this will help all you guys. Any competitive people in the room? Right? Okay. I asked that question for a reason. Comparison is the thief of joy.
Right.
So the biggest challenge I think we'll all face is if we have a bad show, or if we have a bad week or a bad month, and we're comparing ourselves against another seller that we saw that's having a great show, a great day, they got a great sell on an item that we sold for 20, they sold it for 100. That'll mess your brain up, right? So comparison is the thief of joy. You just got to be comfortable where you're at, and it's hard to do. I still struggle with it. So just keep that in mind, guys, is that you're going to have a bad day. We all have bad days. Sometimes it's a bad week, sometimes it's a bad month. But try to, sometimes it's a bad year. Try to avoid comparing yourself against others, and it's hard to do when you're competitive. So that bothers me on a weekly basis to this day. So just try to keep that in mind.
Okay,
I had a pretty good question from the chat here. Somebody says, how do you get these bigger sellers to see and grade into these smaller sellers? So as a bigger seller, as a seasoned seller, what ways can these smaller sellers get y'all's attention so they can get some love from the bigger sellers?
I think one reason that we propelled as quickly as we did is we both spent 60 hours a week in big seller rooms, chatting, modding, laughing, networking, buying, sponsorships, all those things. And then they started to see our name, and they started to recognize our name, and started to invite us to things, and would rate us. I mean, I remember one of our biggest raids, I think we had like, I don't know, 13 people in the room, and he dropped 260 in our room. I almost shit my pants.
I remember that.
I was like, what? You know, I just find something in these boxes. Yeah, and so like that one rate. So now it propelled us at the top of the algorithm in that one moment. So not only did they come in and quite a few stayed, but then because it boosted us in the algorithm, more people came in on the app because then it pushes you up. And it was just this ripple effect. And so we did it with Kory, we did it with Paul, PhillyPhlipper, we did it with Jen Jig, we did it with Noah Baller, we did it with, you know, Abandoned. We started around the same time.
Yeah.
But you had a way bigger following than we did at that same time. So that is truly what got us to where we are.
Network.
It's a social app.
It is a very
Just as
social
much.
app.
It's a selling app. It is absolutely a social app.
And
You have to socialize.
And one piece that has really done us well too is our new seller training. So
Get on
we
track.
have 14 new sellers every single month. And I would say a large majority of them rate us basically every time. So as they get bigger, we get bigger. And so it has definitely benefited us. And the main reason we did it wasn't to benefit us. We did it to pay it forward because we were on Kory's new seller train. And I said, when we get big enough, we're doing this. And month 4, we were able to start. And so this month is our 8th new seller train. And it's just, you know, we've got 250 people on the wait list, and there's no qualification. Like, you have to have a 4.9, and you have to have been live in the past week, and you have to have scheduled shows, and that's it. That's the only requirement. So you can do you. Do you know what I mean? And focus and feature yourself. So that has greatly helped us too. But it is spending the time and money in the big sellers rooms is the way to do it. 100%.
I'm gonna follow that up with, she's exactly right. If you think coming onto this app as a new seller, that you're just gonna go into Kory's show one time and say hello, and then expect him to raid into you as a new seller that day, it's not gonna happen. This is such a social app. You have to put the work in. For me, I work a full-time job. When I first started here, I'm talking 60 to 80 hours a week on Whatnot. Networking is what got me to where I am. Because that's all I did was constantly into his shows and to PhillyPhlipper and a lot of these big seller shows because I was a small fish in this big thing. You can do it. You just got to get in there and network. You got to get to know everybody. If you expect them to raid into you, you got to go get to know some of these sellers so that they will. All right. Now, I have another question, and then Kory, if you have any other questions from the app, and I'm going to say whoever wants to answer this, answered it, just so that we can get some questions from the chat. You've been on the app. You're all successful. What would you change from when you first started? What would you do differently now that you have some time under your belt? What's something you would do differently that would help a new seller not to make that same mistake? Who wants to go?
Shipping. Understand every nuance of shipping.
It will save you money.
We learned shipping.
Headache.
Last year, we had a huge comic show, and I thought we made a bunch of money. We actually ended up doing pretty good. The mistake that we made in shipping, by not understanding shipping, cost us almost $400. From that point moving forward, we learned everything there is to know about
stopped.
shipping.
Everything stopped.
Every
Full stop.
single thing you need to know, how to manipulate the back office, how to do flat rates, and I will also add, had we known what Kory showed us about changing your over 5 pounds to flat rate, holy crap, we would have saved $2 or $3 grand last year.
When you offer
I would highly encourage, understand shipping.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would say. Anything, anybody else?
I think for us, and it's something we're still struggling with, is I would have focused a lot more on social media. The TikToks, the Facebook Marketplace, the Facebook, Instagram, stuff like that. We are terrible.
We can't even take a
social media.
picture.
We forget.
We forget, we're digging and,
Yeah.
we have no pictures.
No, it's bad. But I think that's one thing we would have, and we're still, again, working on, because we are in that current tough spot where we're still trying to make it all work. Like, oh my God. Jackie.
Right here.
I'm like, TikTok.
Right, that's it.
You should just sit down and film it. That's the thing. Like, when are you doing this?
Yeah, he does everything. He has all my social media access. I don't do social media. He does it. I answer questions on there.
I try, I set up the accounts, okay? They're set up. We need pictures. We can post without the pictures.
It's the editing.
The YouTube, we're gonna be starting YouTube here soon, but that's a whole other hurdle that we're just like, stressful.
But for me, I think I would have tried to jump on all avenues, because it would have really brought in more people. Because we get, from the beginning, we were asked, are you guys on social media? We're on social media. So they want to see it, like, I guess they want to see us moving mattresses. I don't know, but I think
funny,
that's what
it's
we would have. Yeah, no, she crushed her kids, the whole thing.
It is a big deal. It is a big deal.
Well, we changed so many things. So number one, I know that for the giveaways, how important is to run the giveaways to push it through. So I would run more giveaways. I would have more show schedules so that the people who were in my show were there, were able to bookmark it, and I would start from different category. It's just a lot of stuff. Shipping number one as well. So many things. I believe that going with Kory and meeting you all with these sellers teach me a lot. So a lot of things.
I'm not sure I'm the one to give advice on how to get better at it. And that, I can give it because I'm so unorganized. I'll start a show thinking I'm ready, and I'm not. Just recently, because I have a lot of people come back and they tell me do this and do that, and give me pointers what they see, because I don't see it. I'm just on there. Right? More organized on like the table that I'm selling on, right? My wife, she went out the other day and she put stuff, and the show went so smooth. And I'm just used to like pulling stuff out of a box, and I waste so much time because I'm so slow. And everyone's like, speed up, Jay, speed up. They always compare me. I sell 100 things in like 5 hours. You know? But to me, it's like I talk too much, and I'm trying to, I see good stuff, and I'm thinking, okay, I need everybody to know what this stuff is. And, I try to explain to them, but no, just put it on there and run it, The shipping thing, I do Kory's way with 8-11 ounces, and I have messed up so many times. Did I say do? Just as an example, I set up my auction at 8-11 ounces, and I messed up with the weight somehow, and I was selling t-shirts, and I had my t-shirts at 3 pounds, every t-shirt. So every t-shirt that I sold throughout the entire night, I do always reduce shipping, so it was $9.21 from the buyer, but I was paying $9.21 for each shirt, and at the end of the night, I had it deducted several $100s from my account. So that's a big
Never
thing.
do that again.
Shipping, your weights, just gotta make sure, because you're not gonna get a refund from Whatnot.
No.
Unless you beg. I did once for like $80, and they're like, we'll do you a one-time favor. But organization, I think is a big thing, because people they don't wanna go in there, and I know that for a fact. I'll go 30 minutes without, I have before, without selling something. They're like, come on, Jay, sell. Be more organized, and I think things will go a little bit more smooth.
Thank you, guys. I do want to say, anyone else that comes up here and speak, you got to talk loud because we're live streaming and they're not hearing us. So when you're up here, microphone to your mouth and speak loud so that everyone on Whatnot watching us now can hear you all. I want to give some advice to this question that I asked them, and I'm going to tell you my number one answer. It's right there. It's right here. It's Kory. Go follow him. You talk about a positive mindset, the energy that he puts into his shows, the things that he does for this community. That's what skyrocketed me, was listening to his advice. So if you're a new seller out here, go follow KoryManX. Go follow the people that you can align with that bring positive energy into your life, because the negative energy is going to squash you and you're not going to be able to progress forward. That is one of the biggest things that hinder any new seller in anything, or anyone that's trying to do anything in life, is negative energy is what crushes you. So align with those people that are positive. If you're in a crowd of people and half of them are talking negative stuff, you need to go find someone else to hang out with, because you're not going to grow. And follow this man right here, because Kory is why I'm successful. It's also my son, because in October when he joined me on this venture, we kind of skyrocketed with his freaking amazing mind when it comes to technology. It's my son Quincy, so I had to give him a big shout out. And he's got to hug me later, I'm just going to say. Any questions from the chat, Kory, that you want to ask?
I think we have time. If anybody here wants to ask a question about anything, we'd love to take a question.
Come up here to the mic if you want to ask a question. Anyone?
No pressure.
Don't be scared. We don't bite. All right, Ernestine, love that.
Pretend you're in the chat.
Yeah, just pretend you're in the chat. All right, this is Ernestine with Love That on Whatnot. Here we go.
I have the biggest nerves getting on. How do you do with nerves, or are you used to it?
Don't take yourself so seriously. Don't take yourself so seriously. Be yourself. Don't try to be somebody you're not. Be authentic and have fun. I mean, we do this only because we like doing it and we love it. And if you're authentic and if you're yourself, it will come across to the chat and you'll watch yourself grow.
I feel like we treat it like FaceTime. Like, we actually genuinely go in with, like, we're about to go hang out with our best friends. So if you go in with the mindset of, like, FaceTime, or I've heard of people, like, putting a sticker over how many people you have in your room, so that you just act like there's 5 billion people in there, and just be confident and consistent, and it'll pay off for sure.
Yeah, Mama's Resale Revival said that in her show the other day. She goes, I literally put a sticker over my number account. So I rated her, she goes, I don't know how many people are in here. I treat it like it's 1. Or if I'm feeling like super excited, I treat it like it's 5,000. So it's actually smart. Like, if you're worried about that type of, you know, being nervous and that sort of thing, she has no idea how many people are even in the room, which I think is kind of genius if you're anxious. I don't have a nervous, anxious, quiet bone in my body.
That's me.
So like, even if you see us go live, I'm like, ah, like that's just me as a human. Where it takes her a solid 3-4 minutes to even show herself. And you'll notice that, like, at the start of every time, I'm like, and Minnie, and she's like from the back.
It takes me a minute.
She's gotta like warm up. So yeah, where I come out the gate doing cartwheels. But that's just me in general. So, you know, it's kind of good to have that yin and yang. Because she's like, simmer down, Mom.
No, I match energy. You do.
I think that with the time it gets easier. So my first show, I was a nervous wreck. I was shaking and I was overthinking. But then every other show, I was looking forward to go live and to see my friends. And I believe I mean, it just, I couldn't wait to come, just to talk to some of my friends, to see them in a chat, to actually, yes. And then, but I believe that to me, it's way easier to do a live than to talk like here. Now I'm nervous now, with the real people, it gets easier with the time.
I literally take big breaths right before I go on, and I am nervous every single time. And I take a shower before every show to wake me up. I really do, because I sell clothes, we all do at some point. And when I put stuff on, I'm like, don't worry, I took a shower. But I'm nervous every time, and especially when the raid trains come, because I feel like I've got to, for some reason, I feel like I got to just fly. And I'm sweating. My wife's like, why are you sweating? Because I'm nervous, But for me personally, big breaths, quite a few of them before I go on, and I take a cold shower.
That was Bill, our first show. Beads of sweat was, I'm like, what is wrong with you? It was just awful.
I don't always take a shower before the shows, because if you're in my shows, I'm trying on dirty, stinky clothes and smelling shoes. Because I want my buyers to know you're getting stinky stuff when it comes, because I don't wash it. We do straight live unboxings. Yes, do you have a question?
Go ahead and say who you are.
Okay, so I'm here to check. I don't have a question. I have a request. I'm 200 away. Right now, I am running a flash sale. If I'll get there.
That was amazing. That's how you grow on this app. Be bold. Don't be afraid to speak up. That was awesome. I need to give a quick shout out, and then we're going to have Kory come up here. Everyone always says stuff about my mod, Claire looking for Jamie. She's back there doing the coffee. She blessed you all with coffee this morning on her own dime. She does not even get paid as a moderator in my shows. I give her free stuff. She won't take money from me. And her sidekick is my employee, Wanda Mick, if you ever see her in the shows. She's the one that keeps me organized along with him. She organizes all of our storage units. Kory, you want to come up and take the mic?
Jackie, can I say one thing real quick?
Yes, you may.
Introverts unite, motherfuckers.
This is Casey's place.
My name is Kelly from Casey's Place. I am not just Faded Fucking Flamingos. I love you, Faded, but I'm not just your
So I had a question, and I get this question all the time because clearly I probably get trolled and a lot of haters, more than probably most people on the app. So I want to know what you guys do to handle people who come in and troll your chats, who maybe speak negatively of you. How do you handle that live, and how do you handle that kind of behind the scenes?
We probably only had to remove one person the whole time so far, right? Yeah, he's not good with it. I'm better. I'm just direct. We're not having that here. You're out. Our mods handle it. Our mods. Get good mods. Tell your mods what you will and will not put up with.
Show them some love.
We don't mind people joking with us, hey, big pillow head, big old head, that kind of thing. That's okay. We don't care about that. We get that a lot. We don't care about that. It happens a little bit. Sometimes. You don't care about that. That's totally fine, right? But if someone gets in and starts spamming our chat, or just something stupid, why aren't you running this? Or just, like you say, ride the wave. You know what I mean? Stop telling me what to do, let me run my show. They'll go, they know what to do. They'll say, hey, we know what to do. And when we say that, they're gone. It's simple. It's quite simple.
Get good mods.
Yep, get good mods.
Like they said, definitely mods. That definitely helps. My number one thing is I always just say, be sweet. I'm always like, come on, let's just be sweet. Let's be sweet. But usually, honestly, we ignore. Our mods do take care of it and push it out of the way. But they want to rise. That's why they're in your chat saying crazy things. So if you don't give them that rise, then they disappear. So we really haven't had to remove anyone, maybe one one, like they said, but usually just be
You
sweet.
kinda-
Just be sweet.
Ours isn't usually mean, it's sassy.
And I kind of like it because you kind of, I know this is kind of weird to say, but you kind of want that because the more that troll starts, you're going to have your friends in there and your friends are going to, and now your chat's speeding up a little bit, now your algorithms are kind of going, so you kind of want them in there a little bit too. You know, there's that fine line of when is it too much? And I think everybody kind of knows when it's too much and your mods just take care of business.
Yeah, I think that's, they were actually speaking on that last night, I'm actually with them, they're all right there.
Oh my God.
They're amazing, and they're also
Mod
sellers
Squad.
on this app, yes, the Mod Squad. But they will first of all, we have the best, I'm sure we all feel the same way, but our followers will
Yes.
eat you
Yeah, that's what
alive.
I'm talking about. That's what I'm
Like,
talking
good
about.
luck, we don't even
Yeah.
have to acknowledge it,
That's what
it
I'm talking
is
about.
insane, I'm like, guys, they're like, boobs, I'm killing them, boobs, and you're just like, and I'm like, oh, here we go.
We're like, be sweet.
Yeah, but a lot of times we just try to like ignore it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like when we give it the attention, it becomes a thing, and then now I'm losing money, which I'm not having. Yeah, I'm slow enough on my own. I don't need to.
I haven't had any trolls in my chat, so never. I mean, all my shows, I haven't had a couple hundred people in my show, but I have never had that situation, so I don't know how I would. Yeah, I don't know.
I know.
I really didn't had, I honestly didn't had all the people that were there, or if they didn't like me, they just exit, but I didn't have any person who wrote anything rude or, being rude to the other person, so, I don't know, that's where life or whatever, I have my friends and I listen to them, I'm not talking about anyone and I don't care if anyone's talking.
Well, I don't know about all you sellers out there, but I have the absolute best mod on Whatnot. It's KoryThriftCo. I'm just kidding.
She is
I'm sure
amazing.
I'm sure everybody thinks that, but I'm joking. We all have the best mod. I think for Kory though, people are actually jealous of
I would say
success.
the bigger you get,
Yes.
that's why you get it.
And
Yes.
I am not that big yet to have, and I haven't had a lot of problems with that, but 100%, if you're jealous of him, go do it yourself. You know,
Right.
Get out there and do it. Don't
On
sit
purpose.
there and hate. I see people complain, oh, I paid X amount of dollars for this and stuff, and they just rip the chat apart. But he starts just like me. I run it for $1. I started $1. I have no control over
The room
it.
sets the prices.
Yeah, I have no control. So look, I'm sorry. Jealousy. Your mom, my mom takes that. I've had a couple people tweeted, but she anyway.
I had a situation when one person asked me to sell bra on live, and I was like, I started pulling the bras and selling, and then somebody from a chat told me, oh no, they don't want you, no, they don't want new bra, they want your bra. And I'm so sorry, I'm not selling it. Yeah, but I just said I'm not selling it, and the person went, so.
Kory, how far away from you at 100,000?
I hit 93,000 yesterday.
That's insane. 90? I just wanted to point that out because that's nuts.
So
Yeah, how do you-
B Squared asked how I handle trolls and the haters. And so what I believe is they want attention. They want to get some kind of negative reaction out of you. And that's not what I'm going to give them. I'm going to give them actually the opposite. Sometimes I'll even try to co-host them.
Yeah, I saw that.
If they got something to say, let's co-host you. Like, I'm not afraid of anything that you got to say. Let's see what you got to say. I'll try to co-host them. I try to be positive in my chat, and I typically won't ban them either. Like you said, sometimes it creates some conversation and some algorithms, and it gets people chit-chatting or whatever. But they want a negative reaction out of you. I'm not going to give them that negative reaction, and I'm going to try to treat them with kindness. Sometimes these people, have something going on in their life and they're frustrated about it, and that's how they release this negative energy, is out on other people. And I wish them nothing but the best, and I hope whatever's taking place in their personal life gets better. And so I don't give them that same negative reaction. I won't stoop to that level, and I don't want my chat being negative either. I think I want to lead by example. I want to show love, and I want to be a part of the community, and I don't want to divide and burn bridges. So
Right.
Yep.
I do just the opposite. So there's that.
Yep.
So I think we have. Yeah. So we're gonna. This is B Squared, y'all. This is Cassandra. This is StelasCloset. Runitforadollar. Give them a round of applause. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. 4 people who are strictly buyers. So I believe this could, yes, thank you. Round of applause for our buyers here. Without them, we're nothing.
Instinct.
Yeah, I got you. He was trying to pass out his business card. So I want you guys to think for, while we're asking the first couple rounds of questions, please, I want some of you all to come up here and ask them some questions. That way we can get some answers from them. These are buyers. These are people who are spending hours and hours, thousands and thousands of dollars of their money to support us. And they're a part of the community too. I know us sellers, we're a tight community, but I have many people that come into my room. And Linda, if you're watching, I'm talking about you, Linda. Linda's in my room all the time, throwing me money, trying to check out my clavicle and fucking sponsoring stuff. And she's just a wonderful part of my show. So not only do I appreciate our community as sellers, but I do appreciate the buyers. So I'm going to start it off with a question that I think is super important. And I don't know if you guys have watched some of the seller support shows that I've done, Jackie has done. We actually co-hosted in some buyers, and I thought that this is how this kind of idea spun from that is I was like, man, we should have a panel of buyers come up here too. I think those are the most important brains to pick, because during these seller support shows, we're co-hosting other sellers. And I think that's important too, to get other ideas and stuff like that, but I think co-hosting the buyers and picking their brain is just as important. So I want to ask some questions. I want you guys to be able to come up here and ask some questions as well. But my first question is, how important is reduced shipping? How important is it that you get to 9/21 and the rest of the show is free? And how likely are you to stay in that show and keep swiping and keep bidding and purchasing items once you hit that free shipping?
Feel free to introduce yourself.
My name is Lou Kristen. I've been on Whatnot for about 8, maybe 9 months. Bought way too much shit that I don't need, but that's okay. Reduced shipping to me is it's very important. It's instrumental. Once I hit the 9/21, I'm just like, I don't know, I feel way more willing to keep on getting, because it's like, oh, it's free shipping. Well, duh, it's free shipping. Well, that makes sense, because I hate paying $9.21 for like something like a tiny pack of garbage pail kits, for instance. But if I can get a whole binder and then I can get, more and more, it's like, well, duh, of course I'm gonna stay and keep swiping. I would rather stay in that show, as long as it's, a show that's showing a random amount, especially for storage units, because you never know what's gonna come out of that next box, or, whatever they find is a treasure. So I'm 100% more likely to stay into a show if it has free shipping. I think that's super important.
Hi, my name is Zila President. I'm in a lot of y'all shows. So this will be the first time to correct my name. It's Zila. A lot of people call me Zila, and I've let them just do so. But it is Zila. Reduced shipping to me, I'm actually going to give a pro and a con to that, if that's okay. Pro, of course, is it's reduced shipping, right? And if I can reach it in stages, so not the very first item, because then that'll be too much. But when I'm able to reach it in stages quickly, that's great. And it will absolutely make me stay in your show for a very long time and buy things that I don't need because I'm like, I need to fill my box. But the con to that is because for me, I like to support a lot of you guys, and a lot of you guys are on at the same time. And it's like, I don't want to leave here because I've now reached my shipping, but you know, so-and-so and so-and-so is on, and like, do I now keep going back and forth between different hosts, and then, you know, do I lose opportunity? Like, oh, they got off already and I didn't fill my box, I'm like, oh no. And so that's the only con to that really, but reduced shipping is really, really important in keeping me there, keeping my attention, and recidivism to coming back. So it is extremely important.
Hi, I'm Claire. I'm Jackie's mom, Jackie from TuckersTreasures. Reduced shipping is my #1 thing besides a 5-star seller. I look first, that's the first thing I look at, is their ratings. I've been, a few times, I've been scammed, as Stella said. But anyway, this 921, if I'm gonna buy something that's going for $7 and I have to pay $9.21 and I might not stay in their show, I jump right out of that show right away. I'd rather see $5 or $6 shipping, and it makes me stay there to say, maybe for $9.21 I'll get another one of their items. I will not stay. As soon as I see $9.21, to me it's not worth staying in the show. And besides the 5-star seller, that's the #1 thing I look for, to see how honest they are and what their ratings are. Those are my 2 main things.
Hi, I'm Mystery Labs. I'm in a lot of your shows. The 921 shipping is huge for me because, especially when you start off, when you first have that first item where you pay, I think it's what, $5.83? So you pay the $5.83, you got your first item.
Nope. Sounds kind of worse, I think.
Hello?
Yeah.
You got the $5.83 and.
You gotta stay close to it, that's all.
I'm going to buy it. I think it's got a huge flyer. Because if I put it any closer, it's going to be in my mouth. That's a whole nother show. Just saying. Oh, free shipping for that show. Next one, where, you know, you got the $3.83, I think it is. By having that reduced shipping, I stay in your show. And not only that, I'm bitty, because I gotta tell you, I have bought so much crap in the past couple of months that I do not need, simply because of that 921 shipping, you know. Unfortunately, right now I'm in a little bit of trouble with my husband because I'm in Illinois and he's in Florida, so normally I can sneak packages in. He literally sent me a photo the other day, and he goes, I could literally fill a walk-in refrigerator with this, and I'm like, okay, I'll try to slow down a little bit until I get back to Florida. But no, the 921 shipping, it makes me bid. It makes me want to stay in your show. I started, when I first got onto Whatnot, I went on to, for Disney pins. But then I ended up going into storage lockers. And then in the storage lockers, like they already said, you don't know what they're going to pull out. You know, they might pull out a nice pair of shoes, or they, you know, a shirt or something that you're like, oh my God, I gotta get that. So once you have that 921 shipping, I feel more, I don't want to say obligated, but more willing to bid more. And the thing is, like, if I have my 921 shipping and I'm like, okay, I'm willing to go up to $9 for that item, I'll bid the $9, but then, you know, Claire, who hasn't bid at all, is now bid in 10, so that's a benefit for you guys by us continuing to bid more. But that's pretty much all I have to say.
So I kind of heard some key things that y'all said there, not only speaking about the 921, but one time I had experimented because I used to start everything at like a pound. And one time I experimented and I was like, man, I'm gonna go down to 11 ounces because I think this might help with certain things. It was a total experiment, and I just kind of heard you guys mention it. How important is it when you're in somebody's show, and how how likely are you to swipe when the shipping isn't set at $9.21 to purchase that first item? Meaning I have 11 ounces set, so I try to make it easier for you guys to swipe on y'all's first couple items and purchase your first couple items. That way you can get closer to that free shipping. So I know we have all been in people's shows, and the first time you buy something, it's $9.21. How, like, if it's not $9.21, are you more likely to swipe? Do you feel a little bit more comfortable purchasing that first item when the shipping is set a little bit lower rather than $9.21 for the first item?
Yes, that is a good point. I do think, you know, if I'm buying something that's lightweight, and I've never only bought one thing from your show, just for the record. I've bought lots of shit. But, you know, I buy a lot of minerals and rocks, and they're heavy, and I understand that, you know, it's a 2 or 3 pound item, and $9.21 sounds like a hell of a deal compared to, I would pay at the flat rate box would be 20 something, 25. So if it's something like I'm looking like buying coins or buying something that's lightweight, then absolutely, if it's $5, I'm like, okay, that's not bad. Because in my brain, I see the first bid. If I see a $10 bid, on my brain, I'm already thinking, okay, that's 21 realistically, because it's taxes and it's. I don't think about $10. I know it's going to be, my bank's going to say $21.89 or whatever. So I automatically think that. So yes, when it's $5.83, I don't feel as bad if I'm like, shit, I only got one item. Because I'm like, oh, it's only $5. Okay, it's not 10. That's twice as much.
Samesies. I mean, it was something that I mentioned first question. Like I won't unless it is a heavy item, and I know it's a heavy item. I will not buy something if the 921 is on the first item, and it's lightweight. It's that big of a barrier for me. And again, same thing, just mentally, even though I know I'm more than likely going to purchase enough to where I would have met it anyway, but just mentally to know that that first charge for this earring was $20, I can't, and my brain won't let me compute, even though I know I'm gonna be here and buy 20 of them anyway, but it just, I won't, it's that important to where I won't if it's not broken up, unless I'm buying like a vacuum, then I know, like that's worth it and I'll do it, but yeah, that's really important.
And I feel the same way. If I go onto a seller's page and I immediately see that my shipping is gonna be $9.21, I jump out because there's nothing that I really wanna buy for one item. If they only, I don't know what else they're selling. I might see one item that they like, that I like. I might not buy another thing, so for $9.21, I'm gonna jump out and go to another seller that has a 5-star rating, that I could get reduced shipping, and maybe stay in their show then to get free shipping if I buy 2 or 3 items from them. No, there's a lot of shippers. There's somebody that I follow, I can't remember their name, they actually do free shipping, and I bought way too much from them. I buy way too much from Jackie and J&K Treasures because they're local pickup, and I have to go and pick up my stuff and hide it from my husband when I pull the car in. Right? That's no lie. But there's another full-time reseller. He is a fantastic. I have to put out kudos to him. I bought so much from him, perfume, clothing, and my mail person lost my pack, delivered it to the wrong address. It came in a matter of days, I got it. I gave him a 5-star rating, and I said, unfortunately, my package was delivered to a wrong person, and I'm not getting it. He sent me a t-shirt that I had ordered from him. No cost, nothing. So those little things keep you going back to these fabulous sellers. He is, and I wrote to him, and I wrote him the whole story. I thanked him for what he did. He didn't have to do it. So I'm staying with this seller. He's honest, he's a nice person, and he does reduced shipping, which is a wonderful thing. So reduced shipping is, and like I said, 5-star seller. Those are my 2 things that I look for when I go into sellers.
Well, I am glad I'm not the only buyer with a husband problem. I will say, if the seller has 921 shipping as the first item, it would have to be something that I really collected, like I collect different things. It would have to be something that was like extremely desirable in order for me to pay that first 921 shipping. Otherwise, I kind of stay away because, okay, sure, if I hit that 921 with that first item, everything else has free shipping. But how do I know you have something else I want? And that's the problem. And so you have that first, if you have that first soft hit, then you don't feel bad with that 583. You're like, okay. Because as a buyer, like, especially people who don't offer reduced shipping, it can get really costly for us. I learned a hard lesson at the very beginning. I'm fairly new to this app, and I'm already like so addicted and I need therapy. But, you know, it can get costly, so I'm gonna bid more and I'm gonna be more active for the sellers that do offer the free, you know, not free shipping, but who do offer the reduced shipping. It makes a big difference. And I think overall, like I said before, it makes me bid more, so I think it makes your items sell more, you know. And I just think it's a game changer personally. That's just me.
Can I add something real quick? One of the things that, because you guys are resellers and that's what you do and that's your community and that's, you know, that's what you do every day. As a buyer, I do buy from a lot of y'all, but I also buy other categories, right? So I buy a lot from crafting and that who bins. They bin. So I will spend $200-300, sorry babe, $200-300 because I'm allowed to bin and rack up and make my shipping worth it. When it comes to resellers, that's not a thing. It's a live thing. You're auctioning off. So again, to your point, I don't know if you're going to have something else that I want. And if you do, I don't know that I'm going to win it. So to pay it on the first thing is scary. But just think about that your customers, or us as buyers, are shopping other categories that have other shipping options, such as binning, that you guys don't. Well, I don't know all of you, but a lot of you don't offer.
It's a hard hit. That first 921 is a hard hit. If
Don't
you're
do
doing
it.
that, and that's the only thing. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, so I've done seller support shows, and I've actually polled the audience on many different occasions, and what I've found out is 70% of buyers on the app are less likely to swipe on their first item and purchase their first item if they have to endure that 921 for shipping. And so if you are a seller on this app, think about that. That's a lot of buying power. So and I look at it as more of a long-term thing. I'm not thinking small money, like dollar right there. Oh, I'm gonna have to eat like a couple dollars. I'm thinking long-term, more people in my show for a longer period of time, getting to that free shipping quicker, so they're more likely to stay in my room. So all very good answers. Thank you guys. So the next question I thought I would ask would be, besides reduced shipping, what is one of the most important things that you look for? And you already said 5-star reviews, so don't do that. I want to try to pick your brain a little bit more and see what else is important. So what is one of the most important things that you look for when it comes to a seller, other than reduced shipping or anything that has to do with shipping?
Well, beyond the obvious counterfeit items, stuff like that. Beyond that, I really, really spend a lot of time in rooms where the energy is good, where the people like Kory who are entertaining us fucking hilarious. And like, I literally, it makes me smile. Like and I've met some really, really cool, awesome people who I consider friends now in some of these chats. So if there's a good vibe, I'm much more likely to stay. If people are just, even if the chat's being kind of jerks, I just don't want that kind of energy, you know, in my life. So I can get that with my teenagers if I want that kind of crap. Because I have 3 girls and there's some drama. So anyway, definitely the lack of drama, the beyond, like, you know, having correct order. If I get something one time and it's messed up, I don't, you know, I buy a lot of rocks and crystals, and they do chip, they do break. I don't I've seen pallet boxes show up, like they've been drop kicked a few times, so I don't blame the seller for that, but if it happens continually and they're packing it just sloppy, I'm definitely not gonna return. I don't really leave bad reviews, but I just don't give my business anymore. But definitely the vibes are really important. Having good products and the energy has to be good, it has to be positive, it has to feel good to be in there, or I'm not going to be in there.
Yeah, stole mine. No, but I concur. It's absolutely, two things for me, absolutely energy and personality. Because I'm a nut, I'm a goof, I'm childish. And if the seller is the same and I can play with them in the chat, or they're joking and they're interacting, which coincides with my second, I tend to not come back to sellers who do not respond to the chat. That's super frustrating because that's the only voice we have. And there's a lot of times where it's like I have to repeat myself. I put all the question marks to get the yellow, and I'm just repeating. There's been times where I lost things, again, in different categories where it's not a swipe, where it's like the way that I'm claiming is through the chat. And if you're not paying attention, we just feel unseen, and it's like, hey, we're trying to spend our money, and you're not paying attention to the chat. So paying attention to the chat is extremely important to me, outside of personality for sure. So yeah, those are the two.
I have one big gripe.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
And it's sellers spreading hate about other sellers. I'm not a seller, so it doesn't affect me. It affects you guys. For me to go into this one particular one who has spread hate about many of you here that I've looked at and I've heard that your name, Kory is one of them. It's disgusting. You're all here for a reason. The hate has to stop in this country. It really does.
Agreed. 1,000%.
It does.
Love you, Claire.
Bug love.
Well, that's hard to follow up. You know, I agree with basically what everybody has said here on the panel. The fact of the personality of the seller is a big thing that draws you in. Paying attention to the chat is something that draws you in. And a couple of you have done this. I've gone into lots of chats and stuff, and a couple of you done it by just acknowledging occasionally. You don't have to like, okay, I have 10 people that come in and I have to acknowledge all 10 people. Not necessarily, but once in a while calling out somebody's name. Because you feel as a buyer, okay, let's get into the bare facts. This is a social app, okay? It is social selling. So by just acknowledging that buyer feels now kind of connected to you, you know? Like one of the reasons why I love going into like Jackie's show, I go into Jackie's show all the time, is because she's positive. She makes everyone feel welcome to her show, whether you buy or not, you know? So that's a huge thing that I look at. And one of the other things that nobody's really touched on, and is a little bit about shipping, has nothing to do with price though, Kory, is the fact of when you first buy that first item, if you guys know that this is a first time buyer, please, 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 take a little extra care in that first package that they receive. Because I gotta tell you, I've gotten stuff and it's come many different ways, but one person I bought from, and I know they were a newer seller, but when I received it, I was just like, there was no care in it. There was just, I mean, it was like no packing material on the inside. Something ended up getting chipped, and you know, and so that matters. The product that I received, that the product and how I receive it. And also, one of the things not to call out Jackie constantly, but one of the things that I like about Jackie is the fact that she sits there and sniffs the clothes and she's like, okay, y'all, this is baby. You know, or then but she's usually right, because one time they had somebody who had good smelling clothes, and I bought something from the good smelling clothes, and I was like, boy, that is good smelling clothes. So, I look for honesty in the seller. You know, I look for relatability with the seller. I want to go in and I want to feel like I matter to them as a buyer, that I'm just not a number to them. You know, like, oh my God, okay, here's Mystery Labs. Oh, she'll spend some money. Let's get some Scooby-Doo stuff up there for her, you know, and then next thing you know, I'm dropping money. I want to feel part of the family, not family, but part of the friendship, you know, like, I'm just not a number, I'm somebody who matters, you know. I'm supporting you, be grateful that I'm supporting you, you know, because, I mean, I'll be honest with you, especially with new sellers, I'll buy stuff just because I feel bad nobody's buying. I've got literally so much, I need to have Kory come to my house.
Y'all can keep the microphone, that way we don't have to keep passing it back and forth. I think I can pretty much speak. I love discounts, just brought me a question. Who was that? Was that you, right?
I was just a comment.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just a comment to answer that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna, and I guess this is what I took, but I'll ask this question. How important it is for sellers to keep products moving rather than, you know, having 3, 4, 5 minutes of downtime or space. Like, I know we all live in the day and age where we have short attention spans. How important it is for the seller to keep moving the product to get you guys looking at new stuff.
For me, it depends on the vibe of the group at the time, you know, because if you have like a large group, like, I like when Kory sometimes does the sudden death and we're just going item after item after item. But then I would be, sorry Casey, but in Faded Flamingo, where it's be a little bit, you I'm okay with that also, you know, and so, but I don't want too long of a time, you know, too much dead air, so to speak, you know, where the person seems to be fumbling a little bit. If the product keeps coming, I'm gonna keep bidding, but I have noticed, like, sometimes sellers who are slower with the product, I've noticed the number count of the attendance, like, really starts to go down, you know? And so it's just like, you try to keep them, you have to try to keep us engaged, you know? So I think it all depends on the vibe and what I'm looking for with the host at that time.
One of the things I look for is when you're going on to a seller and they said, oh, we'll be right back. And you're gone for 5, 7 minutes and you don't know what to do. Are they coming back on, or you sign on to a show and there's no one there? I go right off. I'm not going to wait for them. Or they start telling about their kids in school. I've been there, I've done that. I don't want to hear about anybody else's bus problems and everything else. But that's one of my main things. I like for things to keep going fast. You know, I don't need your life history or how long you've been on, whatnot. I like to see things I'm there to buy. I'm not there to listen to your stories, which is fine. I like, you know, some stories are nice. You get to know the buyer, but, you know, I don't want their life history. Just keep selling, and the more you sell, the more you make.
Right.
For me, I think also it depends. It depends on my relationship with that seller, and then it depends what they're selling. When it comes to speed rate, if it's too fast, like if I can't see, like if you're just putting it in the camera and you're picking it, like, and I can't see what I'm buying, or you don't point out flaws if there is any, and you're just rushing it, because there's been times where I swipe because I want to win. It's a sudden death thing, and I'm swiping, and then I get it, and I'm like, you didn't call that out. This is trash. Like, I received trash. Right. But because you were going so fast, and I was so into, like, I need to win it, and then I get it and it's trash. So if it's too fast, it can be an issue. But I also don't like when I'm literally yelling at the phone like, freaking run it, like just run it. Like it's too much information. Like I see that it's cerulean blue and not freaking regular, like just run it. But if depending on the relationship, again, if I do have a relationship with the seller and they're able to multitask, I absolutely don't mind the stories. You know, what happened that day, or, you know, whatever, because I get to learn. Like, for example, I know that Cass like loves Alanis. I'm like, oh, I love Alanis. And I would have never known that. I would have never known that had there not been the ability to story time and multitask and say the things. And so now we feel like we're y'all's besties. Y'all don't know us at all, but I feel like y'all are our besties because we get to know you, and that's great. And that provides the loyalty. Because there's days where I will literally rock with y'all in a show for 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours straight. May not buy something, but I just want to hear your voice because you're my bestie, whether you see me or not. While at work, absolutely. And I will let y'all know, like, hey, I have a meeting and work sucks and I want to whatnot. How rude is that work wants me to work? But yeah, so stories are cool. That's what builds the personality, and that's what builds the loyalty. So
if it was up to me, it would be sudden death all the time. I hate when it's like to the last second and then someone swipes. It's like, why did you do that? Then it starts and it's 5 more seconds, and then I wait and then I'm like, no! But then I'm so invested emotionally that I'm like, you're not gonna get this, fuck you. Even if I don't even want it, I'm like, you're not gonna get this. You're not out swiping. So then I'm like, all right, I paid $58 for that. I could have got that for like $10. My Whatnot is on in my house in the background literally almost 24 hours a day. So much that my kids know Kory's voice, and they know Stella's voice, and they know like Winnie, and they're like, what did he say? Like they ask me like, what are you talking about today? You know, it's just like, it sounds silly, but like a lot of you guys, you're like part of like what you just in my family life, which just sounds crazy, but you don't see us, but we see you, and you know, I have good relationships with many of you. And I will support you. I don't mind the stories, like you said. Yes, I don't want to hear all your drama, especially if it's negative crap. I don't want to hear it. But, you know, if your kid had a great first day at school and you're excited and you're, you know, great. I'm happy. We can all share your happiness. But sudden death, I love sudden death. I will stay in a show if it's sudden death. If it's people swipe the last second, I get so annoyed. And it can be a 5-minute option because it keeps swiping and then resets. And I'm like, oh my God, this is the longest 30 seconds of my life. So that's, yeah, it has to be a balance.
Okay, I gave you guys plenty of time to think about some questions. Is there anybody out there? I saw your hand first. Go ahead, love. You're more than welcome to pronounce it. Like, let people know who you are and what your question is.
Hi, my name is Amy. I am Nurse to Riches, and I have some questions for the buyers. My question is 2 questions. What are you looking for on the app to buy? And then what do you do with it? Are you a collector? Are you a reseller? And things like that. So that's that.
I'm looking for nothing and everything. Things I never knew I needed. I never even collected Disney until I found the app. I swear to God, it's bad. And my plan was originally to buy things at a lower cost and then resell them on eBay, or sorry, I can say that here, I guess. But then I ended up not. So now I have like, I don't know, over 1,000 pairs of shoes, all like really good shoes like Jordans and Nikes and stuff like that. And then I was like,
Call me.
I know. I joked because I was like, hey, you're up the street from me because I live in Frederick. But yeah, I have a ton of shoes. But to be honest, like, you can find anything, you can find any things you never knew you needed, and that's part of the problem. I have my entire storage unit is just stuff like that I never knew, like birthday supplies for when I'm 50. You know, Christmas gifts for my kids.
Bring them tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. But I do collect crystals. I'm a huge mineral collector, so I do collect that, but that also became a little bit overwhelming. I'm on my 7th cabinet of crystals. So.
Weirdly, well, when I first got on the app, I wasn't looking for anything. I was just trying. I mean, had no idea what it was. I had heard about it, and I don't do the TT. I don't do I never understood live auctioning. Period. So Whatnot was my first example with that, and I have unfortunately an addictive personality, and that was not a good choice. But I wasn't looking for anything at first to buy. What I am looking for now is actually community. I don't need anything that I get from y'all. Literally, I don't. But I will buy everything that y'all have because I'm looking for the community from you. Again, and I hate to pick on Cass, but the girls, it was my birthday, and they literally took the time from their show to stop, and they did a little jokey skit with it, it was cute, to sing happy birthday to me. And they were the first to do that. Like my friend, like no one had done that yet. And so it meant the world to me. It took 5 seconds for them, but it meant the world to me. And that's what I actually get on the app for. If I happen to like what you guys put on, and I'll swipe, you know, I'll buy it, but it's not anything that I'm looking for. In turn, also, again, I have an addictive personality, so now I wasn't looking for anything at first, but now I do have collections of the most random crap that I now have to complete the collection because my OCD won't let me not have the whole thing. And crap, if y'all know what a fuggler is, please don't. Yes, freaking Labubu's. I hated him at first, and now it's like, he has clothes. Yes. He or she has clothes. I don't even know if it's he or she, whatever. And I'm like, oh my God, it has freaking clothes. Like, now I need all of them. But yeah, so I do collect it because y'all have caused the collection, but it wasn't what I was looking for at first. It was really the community now that I look for that is amazing on this app. So.
What I'm basically looking for is clothing, and shoes. I don't do any collectibles. As a matter of fact, I have a lot of stuff that I'm downsizing. My daughter doesn't want anything, my granddaughter doesn't want anything, and I have tubs and tubs and tubs, Jackie, that she's gonna start selling for me. She's gonna help me downsize. Estate selling really is what Jackie's gonna do for me. But basically I do clothing, shoes, perfume from a full-time reseller. Had some fabulous buys on authentic perfume. I got ripped off by someone who was selling authentic perfume that wasn't, and it wound up, it was in China, made in China. Wound up in my garbage can. I wouldn't buy that again. But that's basically what I'm looking for, is just clothing, shoes, perfume, no collectibles, no Labubus or whatever they are, none of that. I have tons of Beanie Babies in my basement that maybe you could sell for Bob. But that's basically what I'm looking for.
When I first got on the app, I got on because I started collecting Disney pins once we moved to Florida. But then, wow, those pins just go for way too much online. Those Disney pin sellers, they're ridiculous. But then I ended up like stumbling into different areas, and now I still look for basically clothes is a big thing for me, for myself and my husband, is what we buy on there. But then, once again, because of the community, like everybody else said, I buy things I don't need, because like, for example, I have 10 33 and what is it, what's the Liam Neeson? The 33 and a half posters I bought from Jackie. Don't know what I'm gonna do with them, but you know, I've got these 10 movie posters, you know, hey, whatever. They came wrapped very nicely, Quincy, she did a good job. So I buy things like, I look for some collectible things that I collect, like I love Scooby-Doo, love Lego, you know, I'll look for that sort of thing. But then there might be something where, you know, especially with the storage unit category, where they pull something, and I was like, oh wow, I can use that, and so I'll bid on that. But then once again, once I hit that infamous 921, I'll just keep buying stuff I absolutely do not need.
Good answers. B Squared, you guys have a
Yeah,
question?
how do you guys feel about a seller? Do you prefer looking at the item, or would you rather see the person in the camera? What do you prefer? Do you want to put a face with the voice? How important is that? Is it a game changer? Yeah.
If you guys didn't hear the question in the back, she asked how important it is to show your face, or does that matter? Do you want to see the item and the face? That's the question.
Now see, I think I would have answered this differently, like, when I first began, like, oh, it doesn't matter, I just want the item. You know, I would have said that at the beginning. And it also depends on the item, like if I am in something with Disney pins or stuff, I don't necessarily need to see their face. I want to see more of a close-up of the actual item itself. Now, with that being said, now that I literally do, once again, like the rest of these buyers, buy way more things than I don't even need, I think by seeing the seller, it makes me feel a little bit more connected to that seller. You know, it makes you more of a human than I'm just buying from the man behind the curtain, so to speak. And then so then I start to feel a relationship with you, even though, like, once again, we're out there. We feel more for you guys probably than you guys feel for us, even though you're like, okay, here, I got the money and stuff like that. But we feel like, hey, I want to see what's going on. I want to see what they have to offer. I think by seeing you, I feel a little bit more connected. Like months ago, I wouldn't have said this. You know, I would have been like, I don't care what they, you know. But then once you develop that relationship and you're just like, okay, I like that seller. You know, I mean, I log in from work, and I have you guys like literally playing all the time, which might show I'm a little bit addicted to it. But even my brother came over the other day, and I was organizing my garage because we're leaving Illinois, and so I'm packing and stuff like that, and I had whatnot going on in the background, and my brother literally said, is that like your comfort noise now? And I said, yes, I like hearing it, because if I hear certain items up for bid, I'm like, oh wait, let me get over there by the screen, what is it? You know, it's that FOMO, you know? Yeah. But yeah, so it doesn't, I'm not gonna not go into a show because the seller's not showing themselves, right. But it makes me more connected to you and more likely to form this pseudo bond where I'll come back to your show, you know.
Exactly what you said. I feel it doesn't matter what you look like. It's not going to stop me whether I see you or not. But you do form a bond with the seller when you look at them. It's a bond. Right, I recognize so many of you in here tonight. You don't know who I was, but I recognized you, so there's that bond. Mm-hmm. Whether you buy from them or not, there is going to be a bond that's going to say, oh, she's on, let me go back into her show. You never know whether I'm going to buy something from you, whether you have something that I want. But I think it's important for you to show your face. I really do.
We feel we know you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think that's the difference. We feel we know you, even though you don't know us.
You don't know us, but we know you.
Yeah.
For me, it's more important for the chat. If I never see your face, but you talk to me the whole time, like you acknowledge me, you say my name, every time I come in, you say hello, I will build a bond with you equally, as if I don't have to see your face. I don't know that I would have said that before, but it has happened. I've built relationships with other sellers, and I've seen their face maybe once or twice by happenstance. The phone fell, whatever, and yeah, literally the phone fell. I was like, oh. And I only say that because I got to learn that there's a lot of sellers who have anxiety. They're introverts. They have anxiety. They don't want to be seen. but that doesn't mean that they're not good at what they do, that they're not knowledgeable about what they do, and that they, it doesn't mean they don't have the ability to build that rapport and that relationship with you. They're uncomfortable with it. And I've learned to still be able to build that relationship with them because they're responsive to the chat. So it goes back to me saying how important it is to acknowledge the chat, and I will literally have a full conversation with them and have never seen their face. And so I still feel the loyalty there. I still will continue to come back and listen to you all day or joke with you all day and have never seen their face. So I think it's the contact and the communication more than the visual for me. Yeah.
I agree with pretty much what everyone else has already said, especially when there's more than one person, like a husband and wife or a mother and son or whatever. I like to see just normal banter. I like, they kind of like joke with each other, like, I don't know, it feels relatable because we're all humans, we all, I don't know, I think we're all pretty playful at heart. I mean, I try to be. But yeah, I would still buy from somebody, but I do feel, and there's some sellers I've never seen their face, and I'm dying to see. I pictured in my head what they look like, and I kind of feel really disappointed if it doesn't match. Like, I have this picture, and then I'm gonna see them one day and be like, that's not what I expected. Not good or bad, just you hear their voice, and also voices are really important to me. If somebody has a really, really slow voice or really high-pitched voice, it's like a nail on the chalkboard, so I can't do that.
We have a couple minutes for one more question, and I'll go ahead and do it in the shortest answer possible. How important is it for you all to have information on the notepad, and how important is the title of the show?
You mean the show notes?
I'm sorry, yeah, show notes, my fault.
It depends on the show. If I'm doing one of those like mystery, spin the wheel kind of games, yeah, I want to know what the prizes are. I want to know what is up for grabs. But, or if there's something special on your show and you don't want to go through the process of talking, and every time someone comes in, what's going on here? And you have to repeat yourself. I say, read the damn show notes. Like, read the notes. We all can read, I think. So maybe, yeah. Different levels. Yeah, only if it's something special, I read the notes. Otherwise, I just assume I'm gonna just ride the wave, figure it out, and just shut up and figure it out by watching, observing.
You need to start selling.
Amen.
Yes.
I know. I think we've all collected enough to do so. Yeah. The show title is not important to me at all, honestly, because it goes away. Sometimes it'll be the title, but it cuts off, and I'll go in the show and I'm like, what? Wait, what? And so I'll try to go look at it again because the title doesn't populate in the show once you're in it, so we don't see it anyway. So it's not important at all. Show notes, again, depending on what you're selling, is absolutely important to me. Because I can't stand the same thing where they're constantly repeating, or if I want to know how long you're going to be on, again, because I'm trying to fill my box. So if you are about to get off, I'm not going to buy from you. But I don't know that, and so I would love a show note to say, I'm going to be on from this time and this time, or please at least let us know, hey, I'm going to be off in an hour, but don't not say anything, and then we make a purchase, and it's like, oh, that was my last thing. Dang, I just spent all this, But so show notes are important when it comes to time frame for me. I would love everyone to do that.
That's a really good point.
You said it all. That's how I felt. The show notes tell me what shows I want to go into and see what they have to sell. I'm not a collector of baseball cards or football cards or Labubu's. Disney pins. I've got Disney pins that I'm going to give Jackie. So, I've got tons of Disney stuff, so stay tuned for Jackie's sale. I used to work for Disney. So I have a lot of stuff that wasn't sold in stores that Jackie could buy, but show notes are very important to me. And the time that you're on, the time that you're on is when I really need to know when you're going to be on and what you're selling. Those are the two most important things, and I set my watch to give me reminders. Oh, they're on, quick. Then I do everything on my laptop. I don't do it on my phone. But show notes and time are the two main things that I look for.
So I'm kind of the opposite, where a title might influence me. Because if you're selling something, like if you're doing something special, like live unboxing, okay, that doesn't matter to me. But if you like have a show that's, you're about to do a show for a specific theme or something like that, that might draw me in. Like if I have, like say Jackie and Kory are on the same time, and Jackie puts on her things, I'm selling Scooby-Doo and he's selling Disney pins, I'm gonna go with Jackie's show, you know? So something along those lines make a difference. Show notes, yeah, show notes are great to have. It would be nice, like sometimes if we're not paying attention, we go into a seller's room, and once again, some sellers, like usually with Kory, I can tell how long he's been on, because you look at his auction number. Like you'll see auction number 197, you're like, oh boy, he's already like 3 hours into this show, he's got another hour, you know? So that is important to us, but to give us like some type of information, it matters a little bit. I don't always look at the show notes, to be honest with you, because it doesn't seem like a lot of sellers use show notes. And so sometimes I'll ask something and they'll be like, once again, look at the show notes. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get it up there. So I think I answered both questions, right? Yeah. All right.
Before we end this, y'all stay seated, please. We're gonna have plenty of time here in about 30 minutes to mingle for a little bit. We're gonna bring up Tiny the artist, but y'all were phenomenal. Again, I thought this was one of the most important parts of our meeting here, and I appreciate y'all coming and doing this. One more big round of applause.
And thank all of you for being awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Our first speaker is going to be talking about coming out of your comfort zone. She has a show that she does weekly, Introverts Unite. And I know there's a lot of people that ask this question. I'm scared to get on camera. I'm not sure what people are going to think about me. And so that's what she's going to speak about. And I believe we're doing a little bit of artwork as well. So, and we're going to auction off this artwork at the end when she's done speaking. So get your ass in my room and bid here in just a little bit, okay? So everybody welcome Tiny the artist to the stage, please.
Yay, Tiny.
Let's go, girl.
Bug love.
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. All right, first off, I need to see if the audience that's remote can hear me. Wendy, Kory, can y'all tell me if the audience can hear me?
I would say just a little bit more on the volume.
A little bit more?
They said yes.
Perfect. All right. Let's try this. When my voice shakes, are you going to exit the room? No. When I get brain fog so bad and I'm unable to make complete sentences, are you going to look down and smirk as I struggle? Will I embarrass myself? Will I get judged for doing everything you're not supposed to do when you're public speaking? Such as wearing a hat, chewing gum, or putting my hands in my pockets. I am not smart enough to figure this social selling app out, am I? Hi, I'm Tiny the artist, and I'm an introvert. The previous questions represent a small glimpse into the mind of somebody who is filled with worries, someone who has self-doubt, someone with imposter syndrome, a person with anxiety, or someone with a fear of public speaking. You may also come across someone like this on Whatnot, who is also an introvert. These worries are real and can disarm an individual in a way that can hinder them from growing and reaching their full potential. Whatnot has given me the confidence that I am free to be me. My papers are stuck together.
We love you, Tiny.
Thank you. I have never been the loudest person in the room. I have never wanted to be. Blending into rooms, hoping no one would even notice me, is how I have coped with anxiety, depression, and fears most of my life. I have known from the time that I was actually tiny that I wanted to create art and then put that art into the hands or walls of people that will love them. Whatnot has been a blessing to my life so far. I am seeing now more so than ever that it was always supposed to be a part of my journey. For the last few years, I have been challenging myself to do hard things and remind myself that my passion for creating outweighs my fears. I get nervous each time my finger hovers over that start show button. This has gotten easier as time moves on. This space is big enough for everyone. Always remember that. You will find your people. Go live. Find a way to bury your fears and raise your courage. You are free to be yourself. Some of you may be familiar with Introverts Unite, a Monday stream I began in May of this year to stay consistent for myself and for others who may have apprehension or are reluctant to go live. If you or someone you know is struggling with going live, I will be your biggest cheerleader. Here are a few things to remember. You are on your own timeline, your rules. The soonest you hit that start button, the less time you have to be anxious about it. I was a seller for 3 months before I actually did a show. I did not turn the camera around until my first raid train that I was invited to, where I saw the naked Maple turn the camera around and she was talking and she was fine. And I was like, wait a minute, I can do this. So I turned that camera around, and the way that I broke the ice with the audience was, I told them I was going to do everything you're not supposed to do when you're public speaking. I wore a hat, I chewed gum, and I put my hands in my pockets. And that's how we broke the ice together. Say hi, network with people.
you will not be nearly as successful if you don't turn the camera around. But that doesn't mean that you have to do it immediately. Just do it on your own timeline. The easiest way that I started getting more and more familiar with it was when I would get a raid. It was something I learned from Kory, and it was just turn the camera around, say hello, thank them for bringing their friends over, and then it was safe to turn it back around. Be bold and say yes. It could open up opportunities you never could have dreamed of. Stop talking yourself out of things and trying to justify why you're not doing something. I just want to take a moment to thank a few people. I would not be here if it wasn't for Kory. Kory, I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you sending me a text message and saying, hey, would you like to be a speaker at this event? And naturally, somebody who has social anxiety, such as myself, would immediately respond and say no, or they just wouldn't say anything at all. But I didn't give myself a chance to do that. I went ahead and just responded immediately and said, you know, I'm there. And thank you, Abandoned Treasures, for, it was very nice to meet you for the first time. I really appreciate you also being so open to having me be a part of this. There are a few people that really stand out that have helped me grow in this whatnot journey, and that are my badass mods, Blood Rain and Adam Shop, Natural State of High, Tweet Co, Dana's Fancy Feathers, and Dark Bunny. And I want to give a special shout out to Jay Taylor 6 and Taylor's Treasures. They invited me to a raid train that I nearly backed out of just based on anxiety in a short time frame. And I have never felt more seen than I did in that raid train. Yeah, on whatnot. I want to thank you all for allowing grace while I navigate this introverted journey. I have time for about 1 or 2 questions, and then I will show you guys why I created a seller account in the first place.
You rock, Tiny.
Thank you.
She's gonna do a little artwork for us.
All right, y'all, if you are interested in this artwork, I'm auctioning this artwork off under my name, KoryManX, in like 10 seconds. It's going to be a 1-minute auction. Go to KoryManX right now. It's going to be a 1-minute auction. Alright, y'all know what time it is, right? It's time to run that shit!
Let's go!
Run that shit! I'm just gonna get with it because we're already a couple minutes into it, y'all. I want to give a huge shout out for them coming, and a huge shout out, big warm welcome for Tucker's Treasures, y'all. Let's hear it for Tucker's Treasures.
We made a nice PowerPoint presentation that Tucker threw in the trash this morning.
Let's go!
All right, so let's get, who here wants to have fun? Give me an FU.
Let's go!
I don't even know what to say. I'm bad at words. If you know me, I can't even read and write. That's where I started. I was a loser. Reselling saved my life. And that's where we're going to start. Are you ready, Dad?
I'm ready to go.
We're ready, guys.
You work. All right, tell your story.
Words don't work. I'm going to tell you guys. I got kicked out of school. I wanted to be done with my life until I walked into that river in my neighborhood and couldn't stop stepping on golf course. And that's where it started. And now I have an empire. Well, what started? So I started with golf balls in the river with my friends. I was like, oh, most people would throw them away, right? I'm like, I could sell these golf balls. I was like, wait, I could sell these, all right? And I was like, okay, let me take care. I can sell these golf balls. I looked them up on Google. I'm like, these can sell? Ooh, I have an idea here. And I literally started selling them on Facebook. I said, Dad, can you help me on Facebook? I can sell them. I had a line out the door of golf balls. I started cleaning them, and then I was like, I hate cleaning them. I went to my neighbor's yard sale, had golf balls. I was like, wait a minute, I could sell golf balls. All right? And I was like, wait a minute, I don't know how to clean them, I don't know how to double my money and stuff. And then I wrote antiques, roadshow, pickers, all those things. And I was like, $1? I put that in a 20. Come on, guys, let's flip it to $20. And I was like, my room got filled, and I was like, Dad, help me out with a booth. My dad is furniture, antiques, all those things. I grew up auctions. I know what stuff sells. I was like, wait, I sold $1 for it 20? Heck yeah, let me do it, you know? And then I got bored of Facebook. I got bored of all those things. I was like, let me go to YouTube and see what's on there. People selling stuff on eBay. I'm like, this is trash. Diapers sell for $100. What is going on in this world? What is going on in this world? If you know, you know. And I was like, okay. And then I said, Dad, you want to say?
What did you say?
I said, wait a minute, I tell you, what do you think?
Oh, I said you're full of crap.
Yeah. And the first item I sold immediately. I was like, what in the heck is going on here? My dad's like putting me in dumpsters and like, oh, Google grab these boxes. It was so funny. And then I was like, wait a minute. My mom was like, I can do this easier. Let me do shit. You guys are like fools doing this. And then one time I do always reseller rallies. Who's your first time here? Raise your hand.
First time at a reseller event.
Oh, wait, no.
First time.
What number is this for you, Tucker?
5th.
This is your 5th time at a reseller event?
Yes.
So how long have you been going to reseller events?
Since I was 9.
And at 9 years old, what were you good at school? What could and couldn't you do at 9 years old?
I thought I was a freaking idiot. I couldn't even count like past 10 when I started doing golf courses. My business is at school. And that's the important thing about school.
Can you explain what you mean by school?
Like, okay, I sell coins, right? On one. And I was like, wait a minute, I can learn so many things about what metal it's made of, what year's the coin, all those things you can learn in a coin. It's school.
Did you ever feel like you learned anything in school?
I thought I was an idiot.
When was the first time you felt like you were smart and you knew something that nobody else did?
when I found those golf balls. I knew I was going to I was like, okay. I was like, I've never think a golf ball would be an empire. So I went to Reseller, right? And this guy named Jackson said, hey, you want to go what? You have some crazy stuff I've seen on your Instagram. And I said, and we're doing, you know IKEA bags, right? I do IKEA bag challenges. And he's dressing me up in IKEA bags. IKEA bags. And I was like, okay. And he's dressing me up in IKEA bags at the event. And he's like, do you want to go on Whatnot? He's working on a recruiter. And we started going low profile. I don't want people rating like Kory of 300 people. I was terrified when that happened.
So I'm sitting here, and he's 13 years old. And could you even read or write at this point?
No, until Whatnot, I actually wanted to read.
He could not read or write in the chat at 13. And all of his eBay listings would be what?
Speech to text.
He would do all speech to text, and you hired your first person when you were how old?
10.
So he was hiring people to list for him, ship for him when you were 10 years old. But what? Did you think you were smart? Did you think you were different? What did you think?
I'm good at finding value.
Yeah. And that was. So Tucker, do you find at what point you've always been good at finding value, but what really changed your business when you started doing what?
Finding people. It's not the stuff, it's finding the people who have the stuff.
Yeah. That's been the biggest change for us on Whatnot is eBay is a science, right?
And Whatnot's art.
Yeah.
And it's about what?
You're selling yourself, you're not selling an item.
And you sold items for
hundreds of dollars. Thousands, yeah.
And what is what are some of the ways that you get these items? Like, do you do this a little differently than probably some people do, don't you think?
Going to networking events. I'm partnering with film control companies, jewelry stores. That's relationships are the most important thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really important piece because I think we all get focused on stuff and getting the best products and all of that. But what changed for Tucker is when he started finding value in people and finding value in teams and finding value in putting a team together. Right, Todd?
Yep.
Would you agree with that?
Heck yeah.
And Tucker, I sat here and I put a nice PowerPoint to get presentation together. He threw it in the trash. I get nervous getting on. Like I sit there and I get terrified of getting online. And he sits there and he's like, he can't read, he can barely write. He literally learned how to do this, how to start, running stuff on Whatnot. And I mean, he's always been pretty good. EBay seller, and
It's not as fun as Whatnot. Come on.
Did you hear that, Whatnot?
Way more fun.
What do you like most about Whatnot in the community?
The people.
So shout yourself out. We love you.
Thank you, Kory. Thank you, Abandoned. Kory got my start. I don't know what I do without Kory. Kory's amazing.
Hell yeah.
The community has been amazing in accepting him. I remember, I will tell you, one story when we started on Whatnot, it was really interesting because we had a very different experience. Well, it's similar, but it's okay. Thank you. We had a very similar experience to some of you all, but very different. I remember the first streams you did were what?
Ephemera.
It was ephemera, and I remember we did it because we're like, it's easy to ship, and it's not gonna, it's easy to ship, it's not things he cares about, and we'll just try this. And what was it like the first time, Tucker?
Well, very good, and each show got
And then by the third show, you were like,
I'm done.
He's like, I quit. He's like, I quit. There's nobody here, right? And I remember the person that recruited Tucker from Whatnot, he said to us, he said, hey, there's all these people in the storage unit category, they're doing this raid train, right? You remember that?
Yes.
And so we said, all right, we're gonna figure out how to run it, and we went crazy, right? Oh yeah.
Why not? Why not?
And so anyways, and then it's never stopped, and the support's been amazing. We love you all. I don't want to take up everybody's time. I don't know what we can teach you that you don't know already. I mean, you know, other than, you know, anybody, I don't want to say anybody can do this, but your disability or the things that you can't do, don't let them define you. I mean, Tucker has not only dyslexia, dyscalculia, but he has something called apraxia. Do you want to explain what apraxia is?
I couldn't talk for a long time. Like, words get mixed up. I would say the wrong words.
So this is terrifying to me, right? Like, he could say the wrong thing at any time, and he's got, you know, $1,000 coins and crazy things, and I'm going, he can't read very well, he can't write very well, and he has a speech disorder. I mean, apraxia, if you look it up, I mean, who would have thought that somebody with a apraxia disorder would be running auctions? It's never happened. You can probably look it up. Just, I would say, you know, what would you say and to people out there about your disabilities and your limitations?
Find out what you're good at and what you're bad at. That's the most important. And most of all, what is love?
What's fun?
What not? Come on. Is that a question?
All right, guys.
The chat's going crazy for you, Tucker. They absolutely freaking love you. And somebody's asking, what advice do you have for younger entrepreneurs trying to find themselves? And what advice would you offer?
I would focus on what you love. Don't do, like, people sometimes are like, oh, I'm going to force you to do this. It's all about finding what you're good at, what you love to do. And what I love to do is finding freaking value.
It's funny, we did, and I'll follow that up. We've done a lot of kid entrepreneur sponsored things. And it's interesting, I get parents to come up to me and say, how do I get my kid to do this? And I tell them, I said, you don't get your kid to do this, they get you to do this.
That's right.
What other questions does anybody have?
Philly, what do you got?
Why did you fire your sister?
Well, I fired her. She's not pulling her wage. Why would I not fire her?
This might be the only time I have not been fired. I have a fun one. You guys, so there was this thing about trolls, right? You know, people were talking about trolls and their chat. Do you guys want to hear some of the troll things that people say about Tucker on the internet?
Absolutely.
All right, you guys ready? All right, I'm going to read it because, okay. Let's get real here. His parents are doing it and he helps them. He is not at the helm, although it's an accomplishment. Oh, ginger snaps, how wrong are you? I buy from Tucker through Whatnot and can tell you that Tucker runs the entire online auctions. His parents do have to be there because he's under 18, though Tucker owns his own merchandise and calls all the shots. He's the real deal, period. He does that because no one wants to buy from their parents, and they know that. The goal for the parents is to make people feel that they're interacting with him so that they get the money. They're using him. There's not a kid that at age 9 to 14 will come up with this huge idea of running online stores and have a warehouse full of inventory to manage and all of that. Come on. At that age, they can barely want to do their own bed or take a shower. So guys, what do you say to trolls?
F you.
Fun! It's fun! It's nothing but fun! Alright. Who's got some more questions? Let's go.
What is survival?
I need to clip that.
So, that troll who brought up the fact that Ryan and your mom are primarily using you is not the first person in your life who also used you for gain and pretended to be a mentor to you. We're not going to say their name.
Oh yeah,
I know who they are.
You
You know who they are.
Oh God.
But it does show that there are people who will take advantage, and Tucker has beat that. And if you guys want to talk a little bit about that, because that person is huge in the industry, or used to be huge in the industry.
So yeah, well, I don't want to name it. This was okay. So this was before we were on. So this is long. This is when he was 9 years old.
I've known Tucker since then.
Yeah. So we've known this guy. We've known a number of the reseller community, and Tucker has learned so much from so many people in the reselling community. And what would you have to say? I mean, there's one bad egg, and everybody else is
amazing.
And so, it is funny though, I will say this, when he was doing eBay and that sort of stuff, it was kind of like, kids, I'm more involved now, I feel like, than I was back then. Because it's like, there's so many people and so many things and just so much fake stuff going around, just stuff that, you didn't, when you went to a yard sale and you bought something, that's where you started, or you just cleared out a locker or whatever, that's easy. But when you're dealing now with, gold coins and all sorts of stuff, and people, he's in People magazine and different things that want, it's a different level. But does it really affect does what other people have to say or do really affect what you do?
Heck no.
It's really funny because I've seen everybody will get worked up on read trains. Like, how many people are there? Well, did this person drop the stream? Blah, blah, blah. Like, Tucker looks at it and he's like, he doesn't even,
let's do some more TS, let's go!
he doesn't let that affect what he does or what anybody else is doing. And it's actually, for me, because I'm like, oh, what's everybody doing? He's like, I don't care what everybody else is doing. All I care about is what I'm doing. So.
That's the way to do it.
What other question? What else?
You want to talk about the guy?
Well, no, I don't want to talk. Do you want to talk?
You want to talk about the guy?
Alright, any other questions, guys?
Run that shit.
Put RTs in the chat, guys! That's always what I say. Put RTs in the chat. I'm like, when the quarter rates, I'm like, I need to get something good. I need to get a silver coin. Of course, I have no silver coins today.
I remember the first raid train we did in storage war auction. It was really funny because we went down to our good friend I called up Early Bird. He had run maybe $1,000, 65 items in a show or something like that, right? And he's got this crazy stuff, and he goes, I've got a goal. I want to do $10,000 in an hour. And he looks at Early Bird. We go down to Richmond, and he looks at Early Bird and he goes, I want to do $10,000 an hour. And Early Bird goes, what do you say?
So you better have the silver and gold. I'm like, heck yeah, I do.
He goes, well, are you running gold and silver coins? And you said, I can, but I don't want.
Biggest winner is biggest loser.
Well, you said I can, but I don't have to. Is what you
That's
said.
what I said.
That's what you said. And then you came out and crushed it. I don't think you did 10,000.
Almost 9,000. 8,800.
Yeah, in that first show. What's up?
What Tucker just said, elaborate on that. The biggest winner is the biggest loser. Elaborate.
So everybody's like, oh wow, I did this for money. Honestly, winning is not all about winning. It's about profit. So it's how to win, but not lose. So your first place, right? It's how to win in an actual way to make profit. And not go like, oh, I'm running on my goal. That's an asset. So if we're on your goal, like what Retro does, you always want to go. Retro's like, oh yeah.
I gotta win.
Yeah, you have to. But here's the thing, is how to be the biggest, not be the biggest loser. It's about how to win, but not lose.
Yes.
What do you think, we've talked about this a little bit, and why do people buy from, why do you buy things?
The feeling, the emotions. Like, oh my gosh, I got a great deal. It's not about a great deal, it's about, like, when I'm on KoryStream, like, when I buy something, I'm like, wow, the positive energy and all those things. That's what you want, the energy, the positivity, the feeling. It's the feeling.
People aren't just buying a product, they're buying a feeling. And that, if you really think about it, that feeling that you get from a purchase, you don't get that anywhere but Whatnot. Like anywhere else better than that. Other than like you're going and you found something at the flea market or you found a storage locker. What does that feel like when you buy that? And for your buyers, it's the same way. They feel the same way. So you're selling, and I think Tucker's smart about this. Is you're selling not just a product, you're selling
the story.
The story. Can you guys hear? I'm sorry. All right. Well, what else? Any other questions? Oh, yeah. Anything in the chat? Oh, yeah.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Doing the same thing as well off.
Same thing?
Yeah. Well, guess what? What I love about reselling is you always can change it. You can resell cars. You can resell houses. There's all different ways you can resell.
So actually, this is a really cool topic. We should talk about this because Tucker, your hat. Can you talk about your hat for a second?
My hat before your hat?
Yeah.
What I love about my hat is my business is always transforming, and that's why it's transforming.
It's interesting. This is a really good exercise. We talked about this. If you guys want to do this, we can have a contest and see who can come up with the best hat. But this was a business thing that he said, let me define my business on a hat. But not like with a logo or anything, but what am I doing and what am I all about? And so he wrote on here, he had a transformer. He loves to sell transformers.
Yes.
Right? And, but he's like, I'm always transforming. I started with golf balls and I moved to this and I moved to yard sales, I moved to eBay, and I moved to whatnot. And, you know, in 2 years, everything's gonna move. I have to transform with it. And then he said, what's my common core statement is, every day's a freaking treasure. Or every day's a flipping treasure hunt. I urge you guys to go through that exercise, and that was something that we did with him. So it's just kind of neat.
So yeah.
What else? What else? Ask him anything.
Someone in the chat asked how you acquired your Buffalo Bills ring.
Oh, the Buffalo Bills ring. So I partner, it's all relationships to me. I partner the jewelry store. So I buy anything from Mel and then sell it. So I actually met him at a store often. I'm not buying stores, but it was scared me because I buy every unit. And I met this guy named Seth. He's gonna be here actually on Sunday. He is awesome. He been reselling forever. He started with toothbrushes. So weird. So he's like, so he used to work in this office. And he's like, wait a minute, I could sell these toothbrushes on eBay for, $5, $10, and a package deal. And he's like, then he starts buying units. And then I met him at store auction. He owns a first store. He does 1,000 units a year. And then opened a new jewelry store. And I got that ring. And what his skill is reading people. If I have to have a lie detector, that's who I would pick.
So anytime he gets anything in that store that's of any interest, it comes to Tucker. Any out of the 1,000 units, it comes to us. So Tucker doesn't have to necessarily buy units. He just has to find the people that do.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Any other questions until I say Countess Sia?
Someone's asking, Kelbell's asking, any advice for getting my son interested in investing in his future? He's 15 as well.
All right, so we adjust this a little bit, but go ahead.
What does he love? What does he love doing? And turn that into cash. That's what I said.
Yeah, it's like I said before, I think we've addressed it before, but it's, people ask me all the time, how do I get my kid to do this? And it's not that, it's they get you to do it. So find what they love, support it, and you know what? If they make money, it's great. But, if they're doing something that they love, it doesn't matter anyways. So that's what I would focus on. I wouldn't focus on the money. Do you focus on the money here?
Nope, I focus on people.
And learning. This has all been a learning project for him. So we don't look at, we do run it as a business. He does run it as a business, but that's not the primary goal necessarily for us.
The community's amazing, guys. I love you guys.
We love
Major thing that I took away from that is focus on the people. And the money will come. That's a true story.
I can make up.
Testing.
Hello?
Yeah, let's go! All right, everybody give a big round of applause for StorageTreasures.com.
Thank you guys so much. Do you want to wait a few minutes, or do you want me to jump in and get started?
Let's get it on. Run that shit.
I wish I could be there in person. You guys just look and sound like you're having fun. So I'm quite jealous. But hello everyone. My name is Marla Davis. I am representing StorageTreasures. Hopefully a handful of you, if not most of you, are already some of our customers. But I'm honored truly to be able to have some time to talk to you guys today about who we are, what we offer, and hopefully answer any questions that you may have. So thank you, Jackie, for the opportunity, and I hope you guys are having a great event so far. All right. My name is Marla Davis. I'm the Director of Customer Service for StorageTreasures. I have worked with StorageTreasures and OpenTech Alliance for over 8 years. And I work hand in hand with our development and marketing teams. So at the end, when we have open questions, or even after the presentation, your feedback is always welcome. We're always looking at ways to enhance the website, make it a better experience for you. So don't be shy. Welcome all of you. Can you guys see my screen? I should have asked.
We see you.
Yeah.
We see you.
We see you.
Only me? Okay, there we go.
She's cute.
How about now?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you guys. All right, so who is StorageTreasures? If you aren't aware, we are truly the largest online auction platform specifically for storage unit auctions. We have grown so much over the last decade, it's honestly insane. But today we are hosting about 90,000 auctions every month. We have over 1 million bidders registered, usually about 80,000 bidders live on the website any given day. So we are quite busy and have lots of bids to offer. Definitely recommend checking it out if you're active. We are partnered and owned by OpenTech Alliance. OpenTech is a technology company specifically for the self-storage industry. So we work with all of the major storage facilities that you've probably bid from if you're in the industry. Clicker to work, there we go. So I thought I would take a few moments and explain how our membership options work. If you've been with us for a long time, you've probably witnessed it changed a lot over the last year or two. But today we have a lot of different options, really to cater to whatever suits your needs and interests best. So happy to talk about how each of those 4 memberships work. All right, our first membership option is our basic bidder membership. There is no monthly fee associated with that plan. However, it is the highest buyer premium percentage. So if you're a basic member, this is usually catered for bidders who don't purchase auctions too often, or maybe you're new to the business. So that basic membership is an 18% buyer premium. That's taken off of the final bid price. All of our memberships have a $10 minimum fee as well. So if you happen to want a unit for $10, and it does happen, there will always be a $10 minimum premium associated with that. The basic membership, you can bid within 300 miles of your radius. You can be a high bidder of up to 3 auctions at one time. Unfortunately, no authorized pickup person can be added to your account as a basic member. You will have email support, but you will be ineligible for phone support simply as that basic membership. If you're a basic member, you also may not receive what we call backup bidder offers, or ULP, which is Unit Liquidation Program offers. Those are the 3 minutes I'm talking about. However, you do become eligible, even as a basic member, as your history grows with us. So once you have a track record of winning and cleaning up units, even as a basic member, you can become eligible for backup bidder or ULP offers. Now the other 3 membership plans we have, again, it really depends on your bidding activity and what needs you have as you're bidding on auctions. So we have Pro Bidder, which is $10 a month, Pro Bidder Max, $20, and Pro Business, $30. As you move up in the different membership tiers, as it shows, you can expand your bid radius. So you'll go from 300 to 500, 1,000, or unlimited. We do have some bidders who travel across the country, bid on multiple states. So usually, if that's you, you're gonna wanna invest in that Pro Business membership. You'll also notice the buyer premium percentage starts at 18% with that basic membership, and it navigates down as you move up in the membership levels. So you can have a premium as low as 90%, again, if you invest in that Pro Business option. With that Pro Business, you can have up to 5 authorized pickup persons. You will have a dedicated phone support, truly unlimited features across the website. Pro Business is usually for our bidders, again, who are bidding on multiple auctions a month. Usually you will have a handful of team members that are cleaning up units on your behalf, or a clean-out crew. But either way, we have lots of options depending on what you need. Best part is all of our memberships are month to month, so there's no contracts. You can try it out for a month and then cancel. Yeah, it's a very flexible plan. Whatever you are looking for, we open up. I don't know how the audio will work if you guys have questions, so I would probably say if you can, just notate them for now, and at the end we'll have a dedicated 10 to 15 minutes to address any questions you have. All right. So I brought just a few frequently asked questions that we receive in our service team. I also see some of these questions posted on social media. Let's start with what happens after you win an auction, especially if anyone is not familiar with our website or if you've never bid on a storage auction before. All right, so when you win an auction on StorageTreasures, you're gonna receive right away an email that says you've won an auction. Now this email is very important. I always recommend you don't just skip over it, because that specific email, you've won an auction, it's gonna contain any of the facility's specific policies or rules. The same verbiage they post on our auction page under the additional information section, we include that in the you won an auction email. So make sure you pay attention to those details. StorageTreasures will then charge your card on file, specifically for our bidder premiums. We also are going to collect sales tax only on the services that we offer, so you may see a sales tax on the bidder premium specifically. And just depending on our payment arrangement with the facility, you may also see a purchase deposit. Again, a purchase deposit, if you're familiar, it's not an extra fee, you're not paying more out of pocket. It really is a deposit towards what you owe the facility. So buyer premium, sales tax on your buyer premium, and potentially a purchase deposit, no more than 10%, may be charged to your card on file for StorageTreasures. Once that's collected, you're going to receive another email, your paid invoice, and then it's also sent simultaneously to the facility from which you won an auction at. That invoice usually will always have the facility's name, address, phone number, email. Excuse me. It'll have the unit number, auction ID, all the details that you'll need to then go to the facility and actually pick up your unit. In case you're not aware, I did want to just highlight we have a 24-hour credit card decline policy. And that just means that For every auction you win, we do require that you pay the StorageTreasures fees within 24 hours after you win that auction. And that is to prevent, well, truly to secure the unit for you. If you pay those StorageTreasures fees within 24 hours, you eliminate the possibility of the unit being offered to a backup bidder. So we don't want that to happen. We want to keep the unit that you won. So just make sure you pay the StorageTreasures fees within that 24-hour mark. All right, once you have that paid invoice, we always recommend please call the facility and schedule an appointment. Make sure you have a confirmed date and time to go and pick up your unit. We hear more often than not, some bidders will just, get that paid invoice and they will drive to the facility. The last thing you want is to go to the facility and there be no staff available to help you. Or the last thing you would want is for that auction to be canceled in between the time that you've won it on the website and while you're actually driving to the facility. So in your best interest, to save you time, money, and gas, always call the facility, schedule an appointment. Okay, so when you're actually going to the facility, make sure it's recommended you bring a copy of the invoice. Sometimes facilities don't require that. It's good if you can at least access it on your phone, but if you can, bring a printed copy of the invoice. Bring a valid copy of your ID, because they're going to want to verify that you are the person releasing it to the correct person. Clean out supplies. So we truly recommend bringing gloves, masks, cleaning supplies, because the unit is expected to be cleaned out in a specific condition, which I'll touch on in just a second. Now, every auction on the specific auction page will have a designated clean out time. It's going to range between 24 to 72 hours. And I do want to clarify that clean out time starts immediately when the auction ends on the website. It is standard hours. The clean out time does not mean business hours or when the facility is open. That's a common confusion and very understandable. And it's critical, truly, that you clean out the unit by the end of that clean out period, unless you have an arrangement with the facility. Because if you don't, one, you're probably going to lose the cleaning deposit that you gave to the facility. Two, it may impact your StorageTreasures account. So the facility can call us or just notify us that you failed to clean out the unit as expected or within the allotted clean out time. And truly, the last thing we want is for your StorageTreasures account to be affected. Your account to stay active, you want to continue bidding. That is the goal. So, bring the necessary cleaning supplies. Make sure you clean it out in broom swept condition, which I'll expand on in a second. But truly try your best to make sure that you clean it out by the end of the clean out period, so you get your deposit back and your account remains in good standing. After you've cleaned out the unit, that is truly up to you. A lot of our bidders tend to keep those items for themselves, or while I'm sure most of you are here at this convention, you're in the business of reselling. So the goal for a lot of our bidders is to find valuable items on the website, resell them, then for profit. Okay. Another question we received: what happens if there are trash or broken items in the unit? Are you still responsible for cleaning those items? Yes. So all units are sold as is. That really means that if you bid on the unit based on the auction photos, once you arrive, you can't change your mind and say, I don't like that unit anymore, give me my money back, I'm going to leave all the items in there. You are required to clean out that unit even if there are trash or broken items. And just a reminder, the units are truly left in whatever condition the tenant left them in before they were denied access by defaulting. As I kind of mentioned before, all units are expected to be left in what we call broom swept condition. Sure, even Jackie can attest, a lot of our bidders will bring brooms and truly sweep out that unit. You know, it's part of the integrity of bidding in this business is that you clean out that unit as expected, even when there is trash or broken items. We know that some of these units are gross. I've heard of rat poop in some of them, which is extremely gross. I've heard of trash, I've heard of almost everything, but truly, unless it is a hazardous condition or illegal item, you are expected to clean it out in very swift condition. I will touch on a little bit of what some of those prohibited or hazardous items are. One distinction is that they're typically in large quantities. So, for example, I'm sure we've all seen, one or two over-the-counter Tylenol bottles in the unit, or an empty liquor bottle in the corner, or small things like that where clearly you can tell it was left by the tenant over time. Those are not considered prohibited, those are not considered hazardous. Large quantities, I have seen some units that have truly barrels or cans of unknown chemicals, or medical equipment like x-ray machines that you truly need to be licensed to handle and sell. I'm sure we've all heard of some units that have firearms or mass amounts of illegal drugs or things like that. So again, large quantities of inside of a unit are truly what would deem it as illegal, prohibited, or hazardous. Small quantities that, again, from everyday use, are not going to lead to a cancellation of an ownership. Regardless, if you have any doubts or concerns, immediate recommendation is to contact the facility staff, let them know your concerns, and hopefully they should be willing to work with you on the resolution, whether that's leaving the items behind, helping you dispose them, or sometimes we really do need to get other authorities involved, such as local police departments, state organizations, or boards. Also, that is, again, for your safety, remember to bring gloves and cleaning supplies and masks. That's for your own good. You never want to be exposed to anything that you cannot expect to be in that unit. Now, if you come across personal items in the unit, it's always recommended to give those to the facility staff, and try to just avoid leaving items in the unit to be up to interpretation. Let the facility staff know that you came across personal documents, photos, memorabilia, and they should be working with the tenant to get those items back in the tenant's hands. Okay. Another question, what happens if the unit contents don't match the auction photos once you arrive? So, if that were to happen, you arrive at the facility, the unit contents do not look like what you bid on, or maybe it's the same items, but things are completely moved around. No, you should not be responsible for paying for it or cleaning out the unit. So whatever you bid on the website, that is what you are expected to receive when you go to the facility. However, there are some conditions I just want to make sure that you're aware of. If that happens to you, it's critical that you do not touch or remove any items in the unit. Excuse me. Also critical that you escalate it to the facility staff immediately. Truly, as soon as you go to the facility, you make payment, they provide you access to the unit, but especially once you start moving items around or you remove them, take them to your truck, etc., the sale is considered final. So that's why a lot of our pro bidders will attest that as soon as that unit is opened by the facility, they usually will have the auction photos on their phone, either the auction page or screenshots, and you should be comparing it right to what you see in person. That's the recommendation. That way, if there's any discrepancies, again, you have the facility staff next to you. They can verify that you have not moved items around or touched anything, and usually that will lead to a quicker resolution and refund if needed. If that happens, and it does happen, guys, it truly is usually user error on the facility part. It's never intentional. These facilities are obligated to auction these units to recoup some of the debt that the tenant has incurred and to get the unit vacated so they can rent it to someone else. The last thing they want truly is to have any problems with the auction buyer. So if that happens, we're recommend keep an open mind, keep positive intentions in mind, and know that it's probably user error, but you are entitled to a refund if that were to happen to you from both the facility and StorageTreasures. Most of our facilities do use what are called tamper tags. So before the unit's posted on StorageTreasures, the facility will conduct an inventory. They will open the unit, they will take the pictures, write down the description, they will seal the unit, apply a tamper tag, and that tamper tag should remain in place until you as the winning bidder arrive. And again, it should be cut in front of you. Tamper tags are not legally required. So if you happen to be working with usually smaller mom and pops in your area, it's very possible, very likely they just don't use tamper tags, and that is okay. However, the unit should be locked and secure regardless by the time that you get to the facility and you're given access. Okay. My only recommendation from the service side is that if this happens to you, again, photos don't match what you see in person. Items either look moved around or just completely wrong. The facility may have uploaded the wrong photos. Bring it to the facility's manager's attention immediately. Don't wait hours, don't wait days, do it immediately. But for any reason, if the manager or facility staff is just not cooperating with you, if they're not understanding your perspective, contact StorageTreasures. That is why we are here. We're meant to mediate the sale between you and the facility if needed. Most issues are resolved between the bidder and the facility directly, but sometimes it just happens. Both parties don't see eye to eye, and usually that's where we come in and explain to the facility, yes, the bidder is due a refund, they have a right to refuse the sale. So contact us if needed, don't hesitate, and again, the sooner the better. So if you win an auction today, don't wait until 4 days later to escalate it to the facility or StorageTreasures. You need to know as soon as possible. All right, if you're new to the business, I wanted to share a little bit about how to search for auctions. I know that seems self-explanatory, but there's actually a lot of different tools and resources that you can utilize. So, on our online auction search page, lots of ways to search for auctions. The auctions are going to default to showing you which ones are ending soonest. Most of our bidders will search by either zip code, city, state, or keyword. So you can adjust that drop down if you're specifically looking for tools, collectibles, artwork, furniture, etc. Our auction search page will default and show all auction types. So that is lien, non-lien, charity, and private seller auctions. I'll expand on what those are in a little bit. However, maybe you're only interested in lien auctions. So recommend using those filters. If you don't want to even look at non-lien or private seller or charity auctions, go ahead and remove those from the checkboxes. Just like keyword, you can also select multiple categories. So if you're looking for a handful of things and you want to specifically look at auctions that contain those items, you'll see a list of categories on the left-hand side. You can change the mile radius from between 5 to 500 miles based on your zip code. So it's really however far you are willing to travel. As mentioned, the page will by default sort by auctions ending soonest. But if you ever play with that drop-down, there's actually a lot of options now. You can sort by auctions that have the lowest bids, auctions that have the highest or lowest views, auctions that have the highest bids. Maybe you want to know what is the most popular auctions in your area and why are all the bidders bidding on those ones. Also recommend that you utilize our bookmarked facilities feature. So on every auction page, you can click on the facility name and it will actually allow you to bookmark it. That's recommended if you have worked with facilities that you really enjoy. Maybe they always have really good units because of the location. Maybe you love working with the facility staff because they're really friendly and cooperative. But utilize that bookmark facilities if you want to keep doing business with that specific location. Save searches. These are automated auction emails that you can set up. So under your dashboard, under settings, there's going to be a tab called Save Searches. You can, from any day of the week, Monday through Sunday, or all days of the week, you can opt into automatic emails. based on a zip code and a mile radius. So you're just gonna get an email that says, hey, these auctions are ending today on Monday or Tuesday, etc. And I do recommend that you just take a moment and review how your notification settings are set on StorageTreasures. They've actually changed a lot over the last year. So now you can receive both email, text notifications, and push notifications within our mobile app. So those push notifications will come in handy, especially if you happen to be outbid. And now, if you are opted into SMS, you get text messages about certain auctions in your area. So just check those notification settings to make sure they're set for your preference. All right. What are the different auction types? So most of the auctions on our website are lead auctions. These are specifically units that storage facilities post after the tenant has failed to pay the rent that is owed to the facility. Facilities are required to go through this process truly by these self-storage lien laws. Again, their intention is to recoup some of the debt that's owed and get that unit open so they can rent it to another tenant. Again, most of the units on our website are lead units. They are left in whatever condition the tenant left them. Now, non-lien manager special auctions, these can be a variety of things, and I'll explain what I mean. So, a storage facility can post a non-lien manager special if the tenant has completely abandoned their items. Usually when this happens, the tenant will sign what's called an abandonment form, and that waives the facility's responsibility from going through the lien process. Abandoned units, any non-lien manager special units, just want to clarify, they are not left in whatever the tenant left them. They might be randomly left if the tenant abandoned them. The facility may not have touched anything, or the facility may have gone in after it was abandoned and taken out the trash, moved items around, maybe made it a little bit more marketable. They're also posted if random items are left at the facility. So I've heard where tenants will, as they're moving in and out, they will just leave furniture in the hallway, or bidders, don't be this bidder, but bidders will leave items at the facility. And so sometimes the facilities will post these non-lien manager special just kind of as a build unit of items collected. And another third case of when you'll see a non-lien manager special is for private sellers. Private sellers are individuals like all of you sitting in this room who want to resell items, either that they own or even that they bought from storage units. To post as a private seller on our website, it truly is a list of requirements. Not as easy as whatnot, I will tell you at a high level. But if you happen to have a storage unit at a facility that it is not on our prohibited list, we have a long list of prohibited facilities, but you do have the option of selling all the items inside of your rental storage unit. Those are private sellers. Charity auctions, they can arise from a variety of things as well, but it typically is when the storage facility is working with an organization called Charity Storage. The facility may have items that were left behind, they might have items that were donated by the community, from bidders, tenants, etc., usually built up units. However, all of the proceeds from that sale will specifically go to, they're distributed to a few areas, but primarily they're sent to the facility's charity of choice. Another percentage goes to Curate Cancer Organization. Another percentage goes to self-storage, scholarship, which is offered to anyone that works or does business in the self-storage industry. So really all the proceeds go to great cause. Those are charity auctions. If you've never purchased a charity auction in StorageTreasures, I just want to quickly note that this is the only auction type where we will collect the total amount on your card. And that's because we are involved in distributing those funds where they need to go. So if you bid $100 in a charity auction, just don't be alarmed if your card is charged for $100. Okay. I'm right at the end of my time. I just wanted to shout out 2 ways that you can stay connected with us. And outside of email notifications and SMS, The other channels we would love for you to follow and truly communicate with us. Share with us your success stories. Share with us your problems that you may be encountering with facilities. We have a StorageTreasures page, which is where we'll post business updates, new features on the website, etc. But we also have a StorageTreasures Pro community. So you should receive an invite. You should have already if you have one of our Pro memberships, but it's an open forum. We're still building the audience there. I really would love your guys' participation, but any problems, questions, concerns, we welcome that feedback on that Pro community group. Okay, I hope that wasn't too fast or I didn't cover too much, but I would love to just open up the floor for any questions. And Jackie, I apologize, I'm not sure how questions will come to me if I can't see.
Marla, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So if anyone has a question here and you would like to ask Marla a question, feel free. Do you want them to come here, Quincy, or there? You guys can come on up and ask Marla a question if you have any questions about buying storage units or anything that she went over. Okay, we have someone coming up, Marla.
Awesome, thank you. Don't bite, promise.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I am, as many of people that are here today, I have bought many storages from StorageTreasures. One of my biggest questions is, how exactly, as I saw, I know the units are as is and trash, no trash, I totally understand that. But how do you protect us buyers? I feel, what is your protection for us as well? I'm gonna give you some examples. We bought a big storage unit, and when we went in, it was as the pictures. When we go in, everything was set up really nice. You know, it was a nice unit. It went up very high. Everything was empty. Everything exactly was empty. When I spoke to the manager, after speaking to him for a while, because it was, you know, it wasn't a small amount, he confirmed that the person who rented this, that he definitely thinks set this up, this unit. Back and forth, the manager did not refund me, and StorageTreasure did not refund me. I did not lose my account. I could have gone for deeper, but again, I didn't want to risk my account. It is also my source of income, as we all know. I just would like to know, what is your protection for us buyers? Because there should be, I'm pretty sure you guys have strict rules with the storage units, and the same thing with us. How do you protect us from us having a situation like that, where, you know,
or the unit stage.
We're staged.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And I'm not saying it's, you know, you guys are staging it. I'm not saying even the storage fact. I mean, a lot of things can happen here and there. But because due to the fact that how they're staging them, and one of the big ways that they're doing it is you have somebody who rents it out and doesn't pay for it, sets it up, and then whatever is, it goes hungry. Yeah, so you're gonna put, you know, boxes of sneakers in there. You're gonna put all the stuff that we look for. And then, you know, it goes up to, let's say, 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, and, you know, you only owe the storage 2,000. I'm just giving you roughly numbers. The balance that is owed goes to the owner who rented that. So that is a way of now happening in scams. I don't know if you guys are aware. And how are we protected against this? If you can please let us know.
Eliminate the refund. The only way to do it.
State law. It's a state law. State
No,
law.
that's not the
It's
issue.
not their fault even.
I just want to say, I'm sorry, it's a little hard to hear anyone in the back that's not at the microphone, but I'm happy to address the question, and we can go from there. For one, that is such a great question, and I would be lying if I said that we did not know this is a problem in the industry. It's tough, if I'm being honest. There's not a black and white policy that we or the facility can implement today. And that is because, one, the facility is legally required to go through this auction process. once the tenant has incurred the debt, they can't decide, oh, I want to keep the items, I want to throw them away, or I'll put an auction. They are required to go through this process. As we know, they also are required to give that overage to the tenant. It's not something that they can pick and choose. And a lot of times it's frustrating, even on the facilities part, that the tenant has dodged their calls, right? And all of a sudden they're getting an overage check for $5,000. What I will say is that this has come up a handful of times, and what we always do from the StorageTreasures perspective, we will continue to do, and that's advocate on the bidder's behalf to the facility. A lot of times you're working with the facility manager by getting StorageTreasures involved, and I really am sorry if that didn't happen in your specific case, but we will work with the facility's upper management, usually that's the district manager, sometimes the VP, sometimes the owner of the company, and just really try to get down to what happened with that unit. I'm gonna be honest, sometimes it is overly clear that the unit seems staged, and sometimes it is a gray area because there are items in the unit, but half the dang boxes are empty. So what we can do is advocate on your behalf, escalate it all the way up the chain as far as we possibly can. However, at the end of the day, we truly cannot force the facility to process your refund. It is their legal sale. It is their decision at the end of the day. I will tell you, I've seen a variety of outcomes. I have seen sometimes where the facility agrees that the unit should be canceled and they process a refund to the bidder. I've also seen the opposite, where the facility escalates it all the way up the chain to their upper management, and the decision is to leave the unit as is. So I would love to say that we will always be able to guarantee that you get a refund, but I would be lying to you. It's a combination of StorageTreasures efforts and truly the facility's upper management. Some recommendations, I know this doesn't help every time, but I think even Jackie can attest as one of our most common bidders. You want to pay very, very close attention to those auction photos. We are noticing some units, it's just overly obvious that the boxes are empty, that the labels coincidentally all have extremely high value items, and they're perfectly laid out to where you can see it's almost like they're attracting and enticing these bidders. So one, just be overly cautious when you're looking at those auction photos. Also pay attention if you see the same unit getting canceled and reposted multiple times. Just be aware that most likely if that happens, the tenant had access to the unit to be coming in and out before it was reposted again. But at the end of the day, I do want to reassure you, it's never our intention for you to come out of money as a complete loss. I mean, when our bidders are frustrated and they lose out on a lot of money, they're no longer inclined to do business with us, so it's a lose-lose for us as well. But we will always try to advocate on your behalf, and we will escalate it all the way up the chain. Right now, that's what we have to continue doing truly until other self-storage laws are passed. That will give the facility, as well as online platforms like StorageTreasures, more options to handle those cases without any legal risk.
So which is a great point. I'm saying, you have seen some of those units that you're saying that do seem obvious. Is there something in place to try to avoid for this happening? Maybe stronger, stricter, so the storage can be like, okay, this can't be happening here, and they can actually say no. We're not. There has to be some type of kind of like when you go to a platform and they start seeing violence and they say take down that listing. That's you can't post that. Is there something in place or in the near future to be able to protect us? Because it's becoming tough, very tough.
Understandably. Today, and I am so glad that you're asking this question, because truly we rely heavily on your guys' eyes. I would love to say that we are able to monitor every auction that gets posted. That would be a lie. With 90,000 auctions a month, I mean, they come and go extremely quickly. But what does happen today, especially with some of our top, most frequent bidders, they are sending specific auctions that look suspicious.
I mean, you guys know when auctions get reposted multiple times, and you know when you're looking at it that sometimes it just looks so sketchy. So what I'm saying is, if you have an example before you bid on it, ideally, that you believe it's staged, you believe something sketchy is going on with it, please escalate it to our support team. Even if the auction has not ended yet, or we're unsure if it's going to be canceled, we will take the time to look into it. I know I've personally done that. There's a lot of our top auction bidders who will send me a link and auction ID and say, hey, this one, it does not look right, and we have had a lot of them get canceled, thankfully, to prevent problems happening to the winning bidder. So please, like I said, we rely on your eyes and your ears. Continue to escalate it to us and work with the facility. We have taken the time to research who the tenant was, how long the unit's been rented. Sometimes we've asked them to truly just cancel it, go and shake the boxes to make sure they're not empty, and then repost it. I can't guarantee that's going to happen every time. That would just be unrealistic. But I do want you to know that's happening today.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, great question.
Anyone else? Questions?
Thank you. I have a question. I've been waiting for 3 storage unit, and I'm waiting for like 2 weeks to bid on it and keep an eye on it. And the bid is low. Like I just showed one of my coworkers like 2 days before I'm coming here. The bet was is $50 and I'm winning it. Like only 15 minutes before the auction expired, 15 minutes before they cancel it. Why is they doing it? Because yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I want to make sure I heard your question before correctly. I believe you said you've been watching a certain auction and you've been bidding on it multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Was it canceled 15 minutes before it's supposed to end?
Yes.
You're wondering why?
I'm winning that auction. It's gonna be expired in 15 minutes, and I'm waiting for it. And it just got canceled. They just don't want to give me the storage and cancel it. So when they cancel it, there is no I'm gonna get storage.
And you're wondering why does that happen? How can that happen? Is that
Yes.
your question?
Yes.
So, one, I would say that if you have a specific auction ID, anytime an auction is canceled, if you are the winning bidder, you're going to receive the exact reason the facility enters into the system. But if it's active and you just want to know why, outside of this call, you're welcome to contact our support team. We can see the reason and we're happy to share that with you. But generally speaking, it's usually because the tenant paid. I will tell you the statistic is that 40 to 50%, it's a huge number, of all auctions that get posted every single month get canceled. 90% of those are because the tenant pays. The other 10% are a variety of something is wrong with the auction posting. So again, going back to when facilities may upload the wrong photos, they might use the wrong description. The other reason is that they could be making mistakes in the lien process. So at a super high level, facilities, they have to follow a very, very strict process when handling these auctions, and it varies per state. They have to send a letter to the tenant that has certain contents in the letter on certain days. They have to do a newspaper publication, sometimes two. They're on a very, very, very specific timeline, and if they make any mistake in that process, they literally could be sued. So most of the auctions are canceled. 40 to 50% of the time on a monthly basis, it's because the tenant pays. The other percentage is because of errors in the auction posting or timeline. But I just want to remind you that one, we know it's frustrating, and I'm sorry, 50% of auctions getting canceled, that would upset me if I was bidding as well. But I also want you to know it's frustrating for the facility too. These managers are calling and emailing and trying to get in contact with these tenants, and they don't respond until the auction is about to end. And so they're like, what the heck? The facility does not have a choice but to accept that money. I do want to clarify that. So until the winning bidder goes to the facility and pays for that unit, the facility is obligated by law to take the tenant's money if they have it available. I know that probably doesn't make you happy, my friend, I'm sorry, but that is the truth. That's why that happens.
Okay, Marla, we have one more question.
Sure.
Listen, everybody, oh boy.
Oh,
boy. Yeah. Hi, my name is Doug. I'm from Double D Treasure Barn. How are you doing? I'm looking at you directly. Oh, that's all I have. Okay, so I have a question for you, and I'm going to be nice about it. I buy 5 to 10 lockers a week. I'm known across the industry. I've been around since before you were, even there. I mean, I literally used to pay 50 cents for lockers from you guys. I know. Back in the day. So anyway, your competitor, I'm not going to say their name, I'm going to be respectful. You can go online now and pay online when you win the lockers. Okay, now I am a pro business member with you guys as well. We travel, okay, for instance, I travel 6 states, okay? So in our area, I'm in Florida. Are you guys going to do anything to help us out? I mean, I'm 500 miles driving somewhere, and we go to pick up the facility, and we lose it. Are you guys going to do anything to help us out that way? Or, I got guys on the road or us on the road. I'm just curious. And thank you.
Great
I appreciate
question.
it.
Yeah, no, great question. I appreciate it. I want to confirm, you're asking if we're moving in the direction of taking the full payment, right?
Yes.
Is that
Right away.
if we're
Yes,
moving in that direction?
100%, because your competitor does that now.
What I can say, is that yes, we're moving in that direction. I can't give a specific date if I'm being honest, but there are really good things coming, especially with the big players in this industry. You guys know who they are if you're an active buyer. There are developments that are happening right now with a lot of the big players in the industry with StorageTreasures to allow that. I am so honored to be a part of that process because we're trying to work out all of the kinks even from a customer service perspective. The last thing you want is for you to make a full payment for the auction, go to the facility and the photos are gone. Things like that. But without spilling too much detail, getting myself in trouble later, yes, we are moving in that direction. It is coming. So I would just ask that you stay here with us and you will see that soon. It's really exciting.
Marla, thank you so much for being here and letting everyone know about StorageTreasures. If there were questions that were in the chat that we're live streaming on, I will be presenting in about an hour, and you guys can ask me the questions as well, and I can forward anything to Marla that wasn't being able to be addressed with her. So thank you so much for being here. I love you guys.
Thank you.
Do I want to introduce the next person coming up on the stage? I don't know.
Test, can you guys hear me? Gotta put this to my height.
What you trying to say? I am vertically challenged and I love it.
I want to say Jackie had notes, and the note just said PhillyPhlipper. That was Jackie's notes, so guys. Alright, before we start, let's give a round of applause for everybody else that was here so far. All the panels, shout out to Kory, Jackie for putting this together. The information I think we learned here today, people would probably pay hundreds of dollars for, and this event was free. So, if you guys people are watching online, you guys are getting a bunch of free knowledge. You guys are here in person, you guys get a bunch of free knowledge. So, shout out to Kory for doing this, and I don't know why the hell I'm up here. It was, you see at the bottom, it's like, oh, we got a room, let's put Philly up here. We got room for one more icon, let's put the sexy Philly up there. Anyways, if you guys don't know who my name is, Paul. I go by the PhillyPhlipper. Before I start, a little introduction about who I am. I was born in Ukraine. I moved to Philly when I was 8 years old, hence the name PhillyPhlipper. I owned a moving business in 2016, and I was listening to podcasts while doing moving, and I heard about Gary Vee, and through Gary Vee I learned about reselling, and then I started watching Storage Wars, and I started buying storage units. From one week to another, I bought 500 storage units while I lived in Philly. 2 years ago, I moved to Florida,
So now people are always confused, like PhillyPhlipper, which are in Florida. I ain't changing it, so deal with it. And then I started selling on Whatnot in 2023 when I moved in Florida from Sarasota to Clearwater. I learned about the app and I was like, okay, I want to buy stuff and I want to sell things quickly. Let me check this out. And I did like a test. I remember it was still a Black Friday weekend of 2023. So that's end of 2023. And I did a test. I went yard selling the whole weekend. I bought $300 worth of stuff. And I was like, let me see what happens if I bring every single item to Whatnot. Because I'm a YouTuber and a lot of YouTubers there had a bunch of hate on Whatnot. They were like, oh, Whatnot is just for eBay reject items. You don't bring your good stuff there. So because of that, I was afraid to sell on there. I was like, let me see what happens if I actually bring all my stuff. And so everything that I brought to Whatnot, and I sold it for $1,800, and it sold that same day. I don't have to take pictures, I don't have to do listings, I don't have to worry about returns, worry about sitting on my shelf, and something clicked, and I was like, all right, let me try this Whatnot thing. So 2024 was my first full year of doing Whatnot. I made 180 grand that year, and this is my second year. I'm on track to make 600 grand this year. Not Kory numbers, but I'll say still So I'm trying to do 7 figures next year to see how that works. So I'm going to talk today about the importance of social media and how it can help grow your Whatnot business. Right? Because I was pretty big on social media before I started Whatnot. I have a pretty big YouTube channel, a couple of viral videos there, a lot of YouTube haters. So you know you made it big when there's people making hate videos about you. Shout out to you guys if you're watching. Yeah. So I'm talking about the importance of social media and why it can grow your Whatnot. Because I think it's a big issue that a lot of people, probably even some of you guys sitting here, you guys have good personalities, you guys are entertaining, you guys have good quality items, but for some reason your rooms are empty. Right? You're like, what's going on? I'm doing exactly what everybody else is doing, but why is nobody out here in my room? And I think one way that you could grow is by growing outside the app, by growing your Instagram, growing your Facebook, growing your TikTok, growing your YouTube. So that's what we're going to talk about today.
If you know how to use it.
Sorry?
If you know how to use it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about too, because Whatnot itself is a social media app. So who here, is everybody here, first of all, who here sells on Whatnot? Let me see your hands. Everybody in the room? Okay. Does everybody here have at least 1,000 followers on Whatnot?
I'm 8 away.
8 away?
Happy bargain hunter.
Okay, can we all go find a happy bargain hunter right now and make sure that everybody in the room is at 1,000? The happy bargain hunter, right? So the fact that all of us can grow to 1,000 followers on Whatnot, that is proof that we can all grow our social media. Because Whatnot itself is a social media app, and to find 1,000 people, that's a lot of people to follow you. So I think if you can grow it on Whatnot, you can grow it on TikTok and everywhere else. When you think about this right now, right? There's millions of people right now scrolling through Instagram, scrolling through TikTok, scrolling through YouTube, looking at funny videos of cats, looking at conspiracy videos, looking at all these things. And we have to think about in that way is that every single one of those people that are scrolling right now could be a potential buyer of one of our shows. All they can do is they scroll, and I don't know where they see a B-Square video while scrolling. They're like, what is this ugly Bill guy doing? I'm intrigued. And then they click on his link and see what happens. And then they see, and then he's drinking Yoo-hoos, and they're like, what's going on? And they get intrigued, and I don't know where they start buying this show, right? And we have to understand that Whatnot itself is huge, but everywhere, all these other platforms are way bigger, and there's a lot of potential there for us to find those people and bring them to us. But it's not just about promotion, it's about building a brand. I think that's the one big thing we have to do with our Whatnot. It's just not, I'm just PhillyPhlipper. PhillyPhlipper is a brand. Like for example, you guys think of Kory, what do you guys think? You guys think of RTS. You guys think of Align. You guys think of Riding the Wave. Right? It's all the part of that's Kory's brand. You guys think of PhillyPhlipper, you guys think of pizza. I hope you guys find out. I thought you were thinking about pizza. Or about, or, what? Feed pics? That's TuckersTreasures. That's a different.
I buy your dog more treats, I swear.
Now, think about my dog, right? That's all part of my brand. Think about a Ben and Treasure. Think about squirrels, right? Every all the time, right? That's all part of the brand. That's the one big thing about us is that I don't want you guys just to have a store. I want you guys to have a brand. I want people to think about at least 2 or 3 things that are associated with you every time you guys go live, right? And that's why every time somebody sees a pizza, they tag me. Right? When sees a Pomsky, they tag me. They're like, oh, Paul would want this. Guys, I have 85 stuffed animals of huskies. You guys can stop tagging me. Husky stuffed animals. I am up to here with stuffed animals, but people see that like, oh, Paul, right? And that's what I want you guys to think of as well. You guys have to build a brand. And one of the fastest ways of building a brand is going outside the app and recruiting the people to come on. Another reason why social media is important is if you stream on Whatnot and you have a great 3-4 hour show, when it's done, it's done. You can't go back and rewatch it. The people that were not there, they couldn't see it, it's gone. Now, if you do stream to YouTube or to Facebook, it could be up there. But with social media, you can make that show last a lifetime. You can take clips from that show and repost it. Put a funny moment from the show, repost it. Put something that sold for low in the show and repost it on your social media, and then that show lives forever. I think we don't do this enough. I should do this more often too. Is there something that sells for cheap in your show? Post that shit everywhere. I think a lot of times people are like, oh, look, I shouldn't, oh man, I ran a sterling silver ring and it sold for $8. I want to hide. I want to post that shit everywhere and say, yo, come buy your rings for me. They're $8, right? You post that everywhere you guys have, on your Instagrams or whatever. The cheapest item that sold, maybe your best item that sold for cheap, post that. If you have a great 5-star review, post that. All these things you guys can do to build a following and do it. And the same way as you guys build Whatnot, it's the same way to build social media, is consistency, right? I guys want to challenge you right now. Today is going to be day 1. I want everybody in here for the next 365 days, post every single day. Could be a story, could be a reel, could be a picture, but every day, we can call it the RTS, whatever. You can find a hashtag for it. We do like RTS mail or something, I don't know. We'll find a hashtag and post that with every single post you do. And I want to go 100 days from now and still see that hashtag going on. And I want you to take a picture today of your following, and then a year from now. And see how much your Instagram grew, or your TikTok grew, or your YouTube grew, and see how many of those people that follow you are now buying from you regularly. You will be surprised. Because a lot of time, again, we all here know what Whatnot is, but the people out there, a lot of them don't. So, post all the time. Another thing about social media is good is it's a good network builder. Right? If you want to get involved in rate trade, but people don't know who you are. If you want to get involved in different cooperations, people don't know who you are. A great way is to grow in your social media. Whatnot invited me to a lot of different storage unit events when I first started. I didn't have a big I think I had 3,000 followers when Whatnot invited me to their first storage unit cooperation. And that's because I had a big social media following. So if you want to get involved in bigger things, there's another way for you to do that. Just remember this. Every post you have is a hook. Every story you make is a connection. And every new follower you get is a potential buyer. Whatnot gives you a stage, but social media can fill those seats. That's the way I look at it. You have a stage with Whatnot. If you have 8 people and you want 100, use social media to build it up to that level. And again, to bring up the point I mentioned earlier, if you guys think you guys can't do this, hopefully by now, did you get to 1,000? Yes. You did, okay. So everybody in this room has at least 1,000 followers. Thank you for. How far are you?
I'm only 3 weeks in and I'm at 545.
That's very good.
You want to plug real quick? What's your Whatnot?
We didn't know your name.
XCAL.
CAI.
I'm bad at Simon Says. So XCALI.
A-L.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat. There we go. Chat right there. Watch the chat. All right. Look at that. Look at follow. Boom, boom. Wow.
Everybody following her.
If you can build 1,000 followers or whatnot, which is its own social media, you know how to build a social media follower, right? Use the same lessons you did for your whatnot, implement it on your Instagram, on your TikTok, on your YouTube, on your Facebook, on your OnlyFans. I don't know what you got, what else you guys have. I don't judge her. I know Bill has an OnlyFans. I'm a big follower of his. The only one too, by the way.
The only one I need, Paul. That's all you know.
Thank you for my $9.99 a month.
His OnlyFans is free.
That's all I got. You guys got any questions for me? On anything?
No, everybody wants to.
Who are you again?
Who am I? I'm Paul, Florida Flipper. Yes, sir.
I do have a question. So help me understand, because I ask all the time. You know, you're talking about getting followers, right?
Yeah.
You just mentioned 1,000. You have 1,000 or more. I can't understand if you have 4,000 followers. Like, you can have 1 billion followers, but then you go to do a show and you get 4 people in your. Make it make sense why you should have all these followers if they're not coming into your room or checking you out. It's like having friends on Facebook that you never talk to.
I think it's, we have to understand that follower doesn't necessarily mean buyers. Follower doesn't necessarily mean supporters either. Maybe they followed you because you were doing a giveaway. Maybe they followed you because you were in a race train. Maybe they followed you for some certain reason. And I know that I know for a fact that every single person I follow, I don't get a notification from whatnot because my phone would be blowing up like crazy if that happened. So maybe there's something you should do maybe beyond that to get people in your room. Like I do like a pin thing called I am live. Every time I'm live, I pin it and people come into my room that way because I know every time I go live, we'll put the notification out. But the reason for followers is just want people to know who you are. That's pretty much it. I mean, I have 47,000 followers. Do I ever have 40,000, 7,000 in my room? No. It's amazing that happened.
Sell it all.
Let's go.
That'll be great.
But
It's just a stand. The same way I have, I think, like 50,000 subscribers on YouTube. I get like 5,000 views on YouTube. It's just not everyone's gonna be subscribed and watch it. So it's just there for you to pretty much to build a follow. That's what it's there for.
Yeah, I'm not a social media guy. So I can't get it in my head as to.
They gave him medicine to calm it down, and then
No, I don't have no.
when they came back,
But
after the
anyway,
time it should have
I just can't get it in my
his
head.
pulse
I
was
talk to my
so,
wife
her
all the
heartbeat
time.
was
She's
still
the-
178
I
or
don't know if I'm
150.
not allowed, but I talk to her all the time about, you know, what does it matter if you have this many followers when you get 4 people only in your show?
Yeah.
It's worth it. I mean, that's how I am.
No, I get no frustration. I do. I wish I had a better. I wish I knew how one night I'll go work. I ask them the same thing all the time. I mean, and they just pretty much they determine who gets pushed out.
Because when I
I'll
didn't
get
have
pushed
an
out.
energy drink,
I wish I had a better answer for you. But again, followers don't really mean buyers. Followers doesn't mean fully supporters. But I'm sure you're going to have 4,000 followers and 1,000. No, so
It's like, I'm gonna have a party tonight and I invite 1,000 people and 2 show up. You know?
Those 2 are awesome. Those 2 are gonna make it fun.
Yeah.
We've been there, done that. Thank you. And I look at the followers, and I got 400 sales. Now I have 4 or 5 people in my room every show. Like the brave or whatnot. But the followers for me, the bookmarks, you should just follow them.
Okay. It's Quincy's recording. Because he'll create videos later. Oh yeah, I was just making sure it's still going. He had me when we walked.
And I'm blessed anyway, so it's an opportunity.
come or when it's gonna come or if it's gonna come. But, you know, again, it's just, you know, all of them not sales,
Yeah.
might be an opportunity.
I agree 100%. And this is not really part of the social media thing, but back to your question, even if there's only 4 in your room, you want to make sure those 4 come back the week after, the week after. Don't treat them like, oh God, it's only people in here. Treat them like they're your 4 best friends. They keep coming back, coming back.
Exactly.
Yes, Double D, I'm scared. So go ahead.
Whatnot just had a video Kenny did on Whatnot. You guys can go there, and they actually talk a little bit about the algorithm. They're not going to tell you anything about the algorithm, first of all. Okay, that's their goal. So they're going to tell you. But Lisa and I were there, and a whole bunch of other people working in there, but that should probably do it. But they just did this with last week.
When they did
Trust
the
me,
message.
the lady that was in there talking was amazing. You guys all go there and
It's
look.
on YouTube.
It's on YouTube right now. The full show is. You will learn so much about their algorithm, what they're looking at, and you know, talking about foods in different categories. I mean, it is amazing what this lady is talking about.
She was actually one of their lead product managers and whatnot, so she's the one who drives the roadmap of what's coming up in the future.
Amazing.
Oh, I know who you're
So
talking
that's part of what she was talking about is where they're taking it in the future.
What I learned through being on one of the last 2 years now is that it becomes what I've seen like a rotating wheel of what category they want to promote. And storage units were really big about like 8 months ago. Everybody had so many people in the storage unit category. Right now, it seems like deal hunting is what they're pushing. Pallet buyers, TJ Maxx sellers, all those people, and food. And I think like every month they rotate and choose one category to showcase, and they're allowed to do that. Which brings my point home is that you don't want to rely on Whatnot to bring your people to your room.
100%.
Get them from your Instagram, get them from your YouTube, get them from your Facebook, get them from your TikTok. So that way you don't have to rely for one to push your show out. But go on Instagram if you're going live and say, hey, today I'm running a PS5 for $1. I guarantee you that will excite, doesn't matter how many followers you will have more than people in your room if you say you're doing that, right? So again, we want to say, hey, put more people into our shows. Maybe we'll come to our shows by going outside the platform and promoting on there. Another thing I want to mention, the share button that is there is used for outside the app. Do not share your show with me in my inbox. All right? Thank you. That share button, when you share people are like, hey Paul, I messaged you like 2 days ago. I have to scroll through 85 share shows to find that message because everybody wants to share their show with me. That share show is for you to click copy link, post it on your story, post it on your Facebook, post it on your YouTube.
Paul, real quick, what she did say though, is that now they're involved with Google, kind of like the e-store is. So when you're putting your stuff in what you're actually putting, kind of like what you're saying, hey, I'm running a PlayStation for $1, that's going across Google now too.
Yeah.
So
with their last seed, they raised 300 million, I think, their last seed, and a big part of that was going to Google integration. And you guys can test it too with your listings. If you do a good quality listing of an item, put that into Google search. I did it with mine. You will find that listing on Google. And so people will be searching and finding, which is huge. That's a huge thing. But again, that's only with quality listings. If you just do a random pools, they won't pick that up. But they will find the good quality listings on the Google. Yes, that's a really good point.
Paul.
Yes, sir.
He's talking about 4 people in your room, but I was there. It's hard. What got me was Kory, Dawson, Paul. Left the chat.
Why'd you mention me last?
Sorry. Left the chat. Let's spend the money. Left the chat.
Make it a big piece.
Let them put your name out there, and they work get followers for you. And then go.
But people are realizing it's a scam.
We have done. Don't give up.
It's a
I've been
scam.
doing it. I've gone from 4 followers, 4 people in my room, to now 50 to 60 people in the room. I didn't give up. And I spent the money with these guys,
but
other people. And
he didn't just bless the chat though. Rick also has been consistent. Every single Monday has been going live at 6:30 p.m. So it's not that he just blessed the chat and didn't do anything else. Rick has been the same exact show every single week for about over a year now. But then on top of that, he's been promoting and putting people into his room. So it's not just he just started buying all these sponsors and then didn't do shit with it. So it's a bunch of things that add up to get the people to come into your room. Question. Oh God, I'm scared.
No, it's not even a question. I'm just going to follow up with Rick, and we totally farmed your customer base coming on the app.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So many bless the chat.
Yes.
And we still have some of those customers that come in our show today, at this point, 9 months later. Not saying it always works, not saying you're going to get dollar for dollar back, but it is a good way to make a splash. And almost pay for friendship and for someone to shout you out. You know?
The fact that me and Kory still do it, and I'm at 47 and he's 93,000, shows that it works, right? Yeah.
I know. No, I just want to tag on what they're saying also, because in that one Whatnot reseller or the Whatnot support chat on that Wednesday when they run them, they also said, which if you're a new seller on this app, if you run one show at the same time, week after week after week, you will get more people in your show than running 3 or 4 random shows at any time of the week. They did a study on it. So if you're new, get one day of the week that you are consistently gonna be there to show up. That was from Whatnot.
And that's with every algorithm. That's how I grew my YouTube. Is when I was growing my YouTube, it was every single Monday was a video. Every single Thursday was a video. People are like, oh, it's my lunch break on Thursday. It's a new PhillyPhlipper video. You want to ingrain it into their head. Oh, it's 6:30 on Monday. Rick is live, right? It doesn't mean you have to be consistent with all your shows, but at least one a week. You want to have that every single time that people are there. Yes, Jared.
Is your YouTube PhillyPhlipper as well?
Yes. A good point there. You want your YouTube, your TikTok, your Instagram all to be the same name. You don't want to say, hey, follow me on YouTube, PhillyPhlipper, follow me on Whatnot of this. It's easier to find if it's the same name on all across all the platforms. I want to say I am buying dinner for myself tonight.
I'm followed.
Yes, Candy.
You said you made your first year 180, the second year at 600. What did you do different to have such a high jump? I mean, you still sell from your house. You will get a warehouse.
What I've been doing different is focusing. In the first year, I would just run everything I had, and there would be a lot of shows where I would sell 400 items, and it would be a lot of $1, $2, $3 sales. What I did differently this year is I wasn't afraid to expand my wallet and buy better quality stuff for a return. I used to do eBay. Before, when I did eBay, I was like, oh, I have to get at least 10x my money for me to do it. Now, if I'm doing a buyout and it's $1,000 and I can sell that same thing for $4,000 the same show, I will do it. And because so it was kind of that was kind of the big thing, is I started buying better quality stuff that was selling for higher. And big surprise, the more your stuff sells for, the less one it takes out. If you say, I had a video on my YouTube that if you sell things for $1, one takes 41% of it. If you sell things for $10, one takes only 15% of it.
30% transaction kills.
Yeah, the 30% transaction kills you, right? So you want to sell at least stuff for $10, but then it's 15% of fees that go to it. And so you can have the same show where you sell the same amount of money, but if it sells for more, you get to keep a lot more of it. Hopefully that makes sense. Yes.
With that level of income, do you source everything yourself? Okay.
Yes, I source myself.
Kory does.
So I'm like technically a fake storage unit buyer. I haven't bought a storage unit in over a year, but I have connections with about 8 storage unit buyers in my area, and they know I always bring my pocketbook. And they're like, hey man, I have all these video games. Boom. So, hey, I have all this jewelry. boom, sold. So it's still storage unit stuff, but I don't have to deal with the trash, the porn, and the clothes. You guys know.
The heat on mattress.
Trips to the balcony.
You save the porn.
Yes.
He's a sniffer.
There's a way that Premier shops too much. It seems like everybody's a Premier shop all of a sudden, even if they've only sold like 1,000 items.
Well, if they sold 1,000 items, they must have a $50 ASP for it to do it. I do think that the Premier Shop limit should increase. I've seen some the other day that a 4.8 rating at a Premier Shop. 4.8, you gotta have a lot of 1-star and get a 4.8 rating.
Wow.
Yes.
So I hope
Especially
that
if you
they
make
put
it
that into a
50,000.
bigger perspective of it. But I know that they're working on other things besides Premier Shop to boost people. I think there's a new category called like growing, something like growing, where they're showcasing new people that are doing really well. Yeah, but to get a Premier Shop, all you need to do is 50,000 in sales in 90 days and some other stuff. Don't sell used perfume. That's how I lost mine. They punished me for half a year for selling used perfume.
Wow.
Yeah.
We just got our back.
You got yours back?
Next month, right?
Yeah, I'm coming back next month.
That's right. Your next
Lost it for 6 months. Yes.
You knew this was coming. No, I'm just kidding.
No Flanagan's though. No.
It's a great restaurant, by the way. There's a lot of people in here, or at least a handful of people that have seller help shows. Which are all good. I know I love discounts, Corey does, I know you do it, and probably a couple others that I'm not. How has your seller help show impacted your business? And how has it impacted other sellers, do you think?
I think it impacted my business where I have a lot of people that never heard the storage unit category and not come to my show because I do it in the community category. A lot of people that had no clue what storage unit category it was. So I know I have a lot of people that come and support me directly that found me from there. Besides that, I knew you go in followers a lot during those shows because a lot of people just come in and follow, but it'll be the same thing as that. I don't think many of them convert to buyers or convert to people that will come to a regular selling show. They're just there for the community aspect of it. So I wouldn't call it dead followers or anything like that, but they're just not as active as the other ones. But hey, followers are still followers. So it helped with that. But for me, it helped with discovering new people. When people sponsored in my show, I usually followed them back. And I met like Rick through that Q&A show. I wouldn't have no clue who he was if it wasn't for that. So I got to meet a lot of new sellers, up-and-coming sellers that I became really good friends with.
It was down in the video. Yeah, it's fine.
So I'm gonna go kind of jump off of her Premier Seller thing, and you talked about in one of your, right after you launched your week, that you had your best month ever.
Correct.
Are you still finding that to be true?
Yes.
They don't.
It's good for the fees. I was saving about $500 in fees from your shop a month. But as far as discoverability or anything like that, yeah, or making money. I lost it in March, and I had April was my best month, and May was my best month, and June was my best month. July was almost the same level as June, and August kind of went down a little bit. But yeah, I don't think you don't have to have a Premier Shop to have a good month.
I did a buyer's Q&A last week. I was very surprised at how well it was. I had a follow-up, and then I was just taking the questions of the new seller, and it was great. I got so many people answering my questions. It was great. And they were buyers,
Yeah.
not sellers. So think about that.
I'm telling to leave. So.
You're done.
You're done.
Get
off the stage.
Philly. That was amazing.
Philly who?
Oh, that was good stuff. I think our hashtag should be Pizza Wave. Pizza Wave. 365 days of posting on your social media. Hashtag Pizza Wave. Awesome job, Philly. Thank you so much for coming from Florida. That's a pretty big commitment. We appreciate Philly. He's a big part of this community, and his seller support shows are absolutely amazing. So I'm always in there blessing the chat, and you know, I have seller support shows too. But but I also learn from Philly, and I just learn from everybody in the community. I'm a big sponge, and I take that knowledge and then I kind of twist it into my own method. Okay, our next speaker is one of my best friends on this app. I met her when she called me out to do a sale for her. I don't know, about over a year ago? And I don't know, we've just been connected since. I think this is my third time. This week we were selling together, buying some storage units. This is my third time up here with her to connect. But my fourth time in Maryland specifically, we ate the time that I came and didn't sell for you, we still ate some dinner and stuff. So she's going to be speaking about buying storage units, and if I was you guys, I would listen to what she has to say. She probably has bought more storage units than most people in this room, and she's really well connected with StorageTreasures.com. As you can see, that's how we got StorageTreasures.com to be a part of this event, was directly through Jackie. So please give a warm welcome to my best friend, Abandoned Treasure.
PhillyPhlipper, shit! Oh, I taught that.
Need a margarita?
I need a margarita? No. I need a margarita alone. But if you've been in my shows, you know I'm a squirrel brain, and I can't remember shit. So I had to have my son do a PowerPoint for me. And I can't see, so I can't read my phone. So that's why it's up here, so y'all can see it. Storage Treasures went over a lot of this stuff about how to buy storage units, and I'm going to hit on some of the points. But before I do, I just need to give a shout out to my son and his ability with technology and him making my PowerPoint for me. And I also want to talk about the squirrels and the hugs and how that came about, because I think there might be some confusion. The squirrel brain, these are both from my buyers. Both of those instances came from my buyers. Not from me, not from Quincy. Whenever I first joined, we were trying to figure out what kind of emoji to put in the chat. And one of my buyers said, you can't remember shit, you should have it as a squirrel. So that's where squirrel brain came in. The hugs was also from a buyer, because I happened to mention on a show that my son never hugs me. And then one day he surprised me with a hug when we were finishing up, I think it was one of the Whatnot Manias, and he came, we were closing the door to the storage unit, and he walks up to me and he says, Mom, I just want you to know how much I appreciate you, because I know you work really hard to make this successful, and I love you, and he gave me a hug. And I decided to share that in my show. And next thing I know, we're getting tips from buyers saying, Quincy, hug your mama. And now it happens all the time, and he does just that. You see him shaking his head. Shaking his head, stop tipping me. I'm not hugging her. So that's where the squirrels and the hugs came from. If you all don't know, this volunteer fire department is volunteer. They do have paid firefighters. We do have a box back there. If you want to donate, they have a lot of volunteers that come here on the weekends and fight fires for our community and don't get paid. So if you have it in your heart to put a little bit in that box back there, I would appreciate it, and I know the firefighters would appreciate it. We also have 11-hour animal rescue with a tip box back there. All right, let's get started. Tucker, wherever you're at, where's Tucker at? I just want to say, I wrote this down. Don't focus on the money, focus on the people. I fucking love that. Yeah. I love that. That from a teenager is like mind-blowing. So big kudos to Tucker. All right, so let's talk about how to buy storage options.
Please.
What's that?
Thank God he's not here.
All right, Quincy, go ahead, hit it. So if you're interested in buying storage options, these are some of the facility or some of the websites that you can go to. StorageTreasures.com is pretty much the biggest. LockerFox, StorageAuctions.com, StorageAuctions.net, Bid13. There's all kinds of them. I just listed a few of them. Number one for me is Storage Treasures. Number two is LockerFox. Those are usually the only two that I use. You gotta keep up with me, son. Next. Prior to bidding, you do need to create an account, and I'm going to mostly talk about StorageTreasures. You got to create an account, you got to attach your bank card, you got to review the site. For each facility has different rules, so you got to read the rules and know your clean out time, know what kind of sales tax, know your cleaning deposits, whether they take cash or debit cards, and take into consideration any dump fees. I don't think that was supposed to be in there, but we're going to leave that alone. Review the facility. The location of the facility is key. If you're buying storage units, look at where that facility is located. Read the reviews for the facility, because the people using those facilities, they're going to tell you if there's mouse poop. They're going to tell you if it's dirty or it's a clean facility. I read every review of every storage option that I'm going to buy, because I want to know if that facility takes care of their customers, their tenants. I want to know if the place is dirty. I want to know if it's secure. I want to know if they have parking for a 26-foot truck. If I bid on a 30-foot unit without him knowing me, and he's going to drive a 26-foot truck, I need to know that. So read the reviews. You will find out a lot about facilities. You want to know about the location, because if you think about if you're in a low-income location, you're probably not going to find high-end merchandise unless there's a lot of drug dealers that store their stuff in there. I happen to buy in those locations. If there are if it's a very prominent neighborhood, you may find nice stuff in those storage facilities. So know the location where you're buying or where you're going to bid at. Go ahead, Quincy. So if you're going to be brand new to buying storage units, my number one recommendation is to start small. Because I will tell you, a small 5x5 unit, it ain't going to fill up a Suburban back of the truck. You may think it will. You're going to get there and you're going to realize, holy crap, that 5x5 is this tall. And it's filled all the way up with every little nook and cranny, and it's going to take you 2 trips. So start small with a small unit, but just know that even a small unit, it's a lot of stuff to clean out. It looks a lot less when you're online looking at it compared to when you're in person. It's a lot of stuff. Check out the clean out time. CubeSmart allows you 72 hours. In most locations, you get 72 hours to clean that unit out. Public storage, extra space, they're normally 48 hours, but there are some that you get 24 hours to clean it out. And some of those are on manager special units. You only get 24 hours. So pay attention to your clean out time. Things that I do when I'm looking at units, I use Zoom a lot. I use screenshots a lot because it might be a dark shadowed picture, and I will screenshot the picture and I manipulate it. I add brightness to it. I add the contrast, the depth, like all of that. I manipulate the picture so I can actually try to figure out what's in that unit. So zoom and look in. Look at the floor. The first thing I do is I look at the ground of the storage unit. I want to see mouse poop. I want to see if I see roaches, because it's going to make me not want to bid on it. Look at the stuff in the unit. You can see mouse droppings. It's little black specks. You can see it when you zoom in. And I'm telling you, we have bought units that were full of mouse poop and full of urine from mice, and you can't do anything with it. Unless it's hard that you can bleach it, it all goes to the dump. So pay attention. If you're going to buy storage units, look at the floor, and you'll see the mouse poop. You'll see the bugs. You'll see it on the clothes. You'll see little specks on the products or whatever's in there that tells you, hey, this thing has an infestation problem. And read the reviews, because those people are going to tell you it's infested with mice. You'll see it. Look at the boxes and the quality totes. Now I'm going to tell you, sometimes quality totes don't mean crap, because Quincy and I just bought a unit recently that had the expensive, like, hunting Plano totes, 16 of them damn things. We went up over $700 on this unit, got there to pick it up, and all the totes were full of junk. I mean, it was a legitimate unit. There was a legitimate person that had been running there for many years. But what did we make off of that? Whatever we sold the totes for, pretty much everything else went to the trash.
I kept some Star Wars posters.
Yeah.
That was it.
So sometimes good quality totes can mean that you're going to find good quality stuff in those totes, because in my opinion, if someone is going to spend money, $40 on a tote, They're storing something good. So pay attention to whether or not they have quality totes and things stacked in totes, whether the boxes are sealed. And this is a biggie if you're looking to figure out, is a storage unit staged or has it been gone through? If you go in and you see that all the tape is ripped off the boxes when it's been in storage, most likely someone's been in there looking in the boxes. It doesn't have to be the facility. Everybody wants to blame the facility and say, oh, the facilities go digging in there. I'm going to tell you 99% of the time it's not the facility going through these units, it's the tenant. They go up for auction, the tenant pays their bill, they get access to that unit. They go in, they pull out stuff that they want that's expensive, they go late again. The facility uses the same dang pictures they took from the beginning. So you go there and the pictures all look the same, but there's not the stuff in there because the tenant already went in there and cleaned a lot of their stuff out because they got access to that unit. So don't always assume that the facility is the issue. Should they have taken current pictures? Yes, they should have, but sometimes they don't. Visible, valuable items. You want to look, a lot of people say, oh my God, I see 10 freaking Jordan boxes and that box all the way up the top, man, that's a $500 pair of Jordans. Let me tell you, the chances are there's not a $500 pair of Jordans in that box. Bid on what you see. Don't bid on what you think is going to be in there because 9 times out of the 10, you are going to lose your ass on that unit if you are bidding on hoping there's something good in that box. And it's not brand new, so you're not going to get brand new money for that. And if you're bringing it to Whatnot to sell it, you're definitely going to get that money for it.
You get Whatnot money.
So look at the valuable items. Zoom in, use Zoom. Zoom is such a good feature on phones. Zoom in and look for Chanel, look for Fendi, look for Gucci. Again, doesn't mean that it's going to be Fendi, Gucci, real products. It could be fakes. We spent $4 grand on a unit up in Jersey or Delaware or something we went and picked up. It was all pretty much all fake. All fake. Half? All right. Well, yeah, the other half ended up in your closet. Oh, you see the smile? Yeah, the shoes that ended up in your closet there because they were all his size. So pay attention and zoom in and look for the name brands, because if you see the name brands, you're probably going to find some pretty good stuff in that unit. What else? I want to make sure I don't forget anything that I wrote down at the last minute. Someone mentioned about the last 15 minutes of auction getting canceled, or that they had a $10 bid and then there's 5 minutes left, and all of a sudden it went from $10 to $5,000. That's me. I'm letting you know I do not bid until the last 5 minutes of an auction. Most seasoned pro bidders bid the last 5 minutes. Why do we do that? Why do I want to bid that up a week prior and make all the other big bidders look at that unit and say, damn, that thing's already up to 500. Let me go get in on that action. I'm waiting until the last 5 minutes because I don't want people to see that unit. I want to keep that under the wraps. That is one of my big tips is don't bid ahead of time. Why do you want to bring that? Because I guarantee you that there's new bidders, seasoned bidders, all of them that are searching auctions by the dollar amount that's already being bid because they think they're getting a good unit. They think it's going to be fire because it's already at $2,000. That fire could also be a unit that someone staged. I'm just saying, because that is happening out here on a daily basis where units are getting staged because people are scamming us. So be careful on those. If it looks too good to be true, probably is. Stay away from it. There's other better options. Also, don't look away from some of the units that look like trash. I spent $140 on a 5x5 unit that looked like straight trash. But again, Zoom's your friend. I was zooming in and I seen white box with black. Who knows what that is?
Chanel.
Gucci. The Gucci box that's white, and I think it was the Gucci that's white and black. I know boxes, I know packaging. Get to know what luxury brands and their packaging they use. Because if you can identify a box, when we went and picked that unit up, I don't know if you were home with me then, when I went and picked that unit up, let me tell you what was in this little 5x5 that looked like pure shit. Nothing but Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Chanel. I made so much money off of that $140 because people thought it was all trash. And it wasn't. They missed the little Gucci box on the bottom. They missed the little sticker that said Supreme, and I know what, Supreme's a luxury brand. It's a luxury item. So pay attention to those when you're really trying to look close at auctions to figure out whether or not you want to put your money in there. Quincy, what's my next thing? Because I will get off track. Yeah, go ahead. You can go to the next slide. And I've already kind of hit on this. Don't overspend. If you're going to look at units, I normally spend every night, because around this area, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the main days that we have auctions. Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, I am at my computer from about probably 10 o'clock until 2 in the morning, looking at auctions and that are going off the next day. I don't look at them a week prior. It's what you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time being on StorageTreasures or Locker Fox looking at units that are going to end a week from now. 50% of them are going to be gone, and you just wasted an hour bookmarking stuff that you're never going to even get to bid on. Go use that time networking on Whatnot. Go use that time listing some quality listings on Whatnot. Go use that time to be in Kory's show or PhillyPhlipper show or Donkey Dad, supporting them to grow your business. Start building your social media, that's right. Don't waste your time looking at auctions a week ahead of time. Look at them 1 or 2 days before, because the majority of those are going to get canceled because those tenants are going to pay on their bill. They have up until you go in there and physically pay for the unit. They have up until then to pay that bill. And if they pay it, you're out of luck. Doesn't matter if you call the facility and you say, hey, can I come at 2 o'clock and pay and clean out the unit? If that tenant got there at 1:55 p.m. and they paid on their unit, it's not your unit anymore. It's not your unit until you hand that money over to the facility. Don't get caught up on one unit. If you're a pro bidder, you can put in as many as you want in your watch, in your auction watch. If you're going to put several units in your watch, don't just focus on one that you think is going to be like a bomb unit and that's the one you're focusing on. Go put a couple of them in so you have some backup options that you can go bid on. Don't expect YouTube results. There are some YouTubers out here that everything is freaking rainbows and butterflies that they touch. I kind of happen to be one of them, but we're really lucky. I'm telling you, we are really lucky with unit buying. And I think part of it is he and I have just built a really keen eye for looking at storage units because I study them. I literally study auctions on a daily basis. I study and research storage units. But don't expect YouTube results. What you want to expect as a new buyer, in my opinion, and buying auctions, buy it cheap, get rid of the trash. 50% of every auction is going to the dump. So make sure you're prepared to take things to a dump and to be able to get rid of that trash. 25% you're probably going to donate, and then you got about 25% left of value to sell. You want to at least break even. On your first one, hopefully you'll make some money. When I first started, I wasn't spending $10,000 on an auction like I do now. When I first started, I carried a little purse around with me that had cash in it, and that was my auction money. And if I had cash in that purse, I was allowed to buy an auction. If I didn't have cash, well, I was shit out of luck. I wasn't buying it. So start small. Don't use your personal income, that is to pay your bills, to buy auctions. Keep a little bag. Keep your money separate. You buy an auction, whatever money you've made on that is profit, keep it in that little bag so you know how much money you're making. And then go buy your next auction. And build that up to where eventually, hopefully, you're able to drop $5,000 down on a unit. I couldn't do that probably 4 years ago. I couldn't drop that kind of money, probably not even 2 years ago. Quincy, I think Whatnot has literally changed my buying on storage units. Go ahead, Quincy. You won the unit, now what do you want to do? 1, prepare. Make sure you have gloves, make sure you have trash bags, make sure you have broom, make sure you have tools, because you may have something that you need to take apart, so have a set of tools in your car. Call the facility and schedule a pickup time. Do not drive there without calling them first to schedule it, because public storage they are getting into the game of, it is going to be a personless facility. Everything is gonna be, you show up, you put in a key, you can get into your unit and everything, there's cameras everywhere. This is all stuff coming in the future. If you don't know, I'm on StorageTreasures Advisory Council. They flew me out to Phoenix earlier in the year. We got to see the things that are coming, and one of the things that are coming are gonna be lock codes that you're gonna go in and put your number in. The door's gonna open, you're gonna see your unit, you're gonna take a picture and show the camera that, yes, everything looks good. Then you're gonna be able to go in there and take all your stuff out. That's coming in the future. But make sure you call, schedule your pickup time, clean the unit out, or take the gloves, the trash bag, the broom, and the tools. When you're cleaning the unit, I know Marla already mentioned this, but you gotta remove everything. You gotta sweep the unit, be prepared for the mouse droppings and the bugs, because you're gonna see them. You're gonna see the mouse droppings. You're gonna see bugs. Don't estimate the size of the unit, which I already went over, and check everything. And when I say check everything, I mean check everything. I spent $600 on a unit down in Virginia a couple years ago, and I was so disappointed. And I said, I'm not making it. This is a bunch of trash. It was the family dumped. The lady had died in the nursing home. They took all her things, shoved it in a little 5x5 unit, and I bought it because I thought it looked good. And I'm opening it up, and it's just junk. To me, junk. So I started separating it right there at the facility because I couldn't fit it all in my truck. Again, I underestimated how much was in that 5x5. Loading it in the truck, took a bunch. This is one of my little tricks. If it doesn't fit in my truck, I'm gonna throw it in a trash bag, and I drive around to the gas stations and I dump it in their trash cans. And then I go back and I finish getting stuff. Another thing I do is I have a sledgehammer. If I can't fit that dresser, I am breaking that damn thing up into little tiny pieces so it'll fit in my vehicle, just so I don't have to make a second trip. Well, I did that with this one particular unit. I put a whole bunch of the trash in trash bags and dropped them off at different gas stations, went back and finished picking my stuff up. Got home, started going through the unit. Guess what I found? Some crazy old woman who took $100 bills, $50 bills, $20 bills, and coins and wrapped them in freaking like the Cosmopolitan magazine. She'd clip an article and wrap cash in it. I ended up finding over $600 in cash. Then I'm kicking myself in the ass because I'm like, God damn, I gotta go back to all those gas stations and pick all the trash up out of the trash can. Who knows how much money was in there? So check everything. Old people hide money in the craziest of places. Behind the pictures, picture frames, break them down picture frames if you're not going to sell them, because there's money hid behind them. It's amazing where some people hide stuff. They will take like chapstick containers and all the chapstick's gone and shove $20 bills in there to hide it. So check everything. Don't forget about your cleaning deposit. Most facilities do require a cash cleaning deposit. Me personally, I wish they would raise that to like $500 because it would do away with all the scamming. I wish the deposits were $500 because I can afford to pay $500 and I'm going to clean that unit out. But don't forget about your cleaning deposit. Whenever you finish cleaning that unit out, you do get that money back that you put down. That's to guarantee that you clean the unit out. Please don't make it bad for other storage auction buyers by finding an empty unit and dumping the trash on there in that thing, because they have cameras everywhere and they can see you. They can see you where you're dumping that trash and you'll get caught. And then they'll report you to StorageTreasures, and then you'll be banned, and you can't get another account in StorageTreasures. Quincy, go ahead. So now you've bought your unit, and now you're like, what do I do with everything I have? There's all different types of places that you can sell your inventory. If you want to do the waiting game, eBay's your friend. I don't do the waiting game. I don't want to store that inventory. I'd rather sell it on Whatnot. Because I look at it, and it took me a lot to get him to understand this. I can have 100 items sitting on the shelf taking up space that might make me $1,000 or $5,000. Or I can take those 100 items, sell them on Whatnot, they're off my shelf, I can go buy more stuff, and I've got $1,000 in my pocket right now. So you got eBay, you can sell things on Facebook Marketplace. I hate Facebook Marketplace because no one ever shows up. Or they show up and they say, I know you have a listed for 100, but can I give you 20? Yeah. Hell no, I'm not going to take 20. Go away. So you got Whatnot, you got Poshmark, you got word of mouth. If people get to know you, they call you. I have people that message me and say, hey, when you get this item, let me know. I have people I already source things to that I don't want, that I give to. BidSwipe is a new one. If you don't know about BidSwipe is with Storage Auction Pirate. I actually started, we started selling on there. I think we've done 2 shows so far. He's building this app. So if you don't know BidSwipe, go reach out to Pirate and get on there because it's a good app also. It's just like Whatnot, but it's growing. Let's see. If you ever have any issues with StorageTreasures, not with Walker Fox or anyone else because I'm not on their advisory council, but if you ever buy a storage auction from StorageTreasures and you had an issue, you can message me personally, and I have their phone numbers. Like I can pick the phone up and call Marla, who was on today, and say, hey, this just happened. So if there's ever an issue, you can message me personally, and I'll get that message and escalate it up through StorageTreasures, through Marla. She'll get in touch with whether it's public storage or extra space storage. And I think that was it, unless anyone has questions. I do want to leave a few minutes for questions.
Right here.
You're awesome, Jackie. I just want to
Aw, thank you.
fees like on BidSwipe?
Pirate makes his own fees, like what he charges, and right now it's at a discounted rate, and it's less than Whatnot, it's less than eBay, it's less than Poshmark, because he's trying to build that app. But it's a good app, and if you want to get some really good prices, go in there because there's not a lot of people in there yet. Yes?
What are some measures you take to keep from getting scammed? Because there's certainly a lot of fraud out there. And talking about checking everything, I bought a unit for $100. The lady worked for Kroger. I went through all the Kroger paperwork, found 6 envelopes that contained $3,250.
Wow.
Kroger gift cards, all valid.
That's amazing. You see that? Check everything. What I do to prevent getting scammed, like I said, I study auctions. I research the auctions. Kory and I, we were going to bid on an auction, and I sent him a picture of it. I said, this is going to be a banger. I've seen it up for auction almost 6 times already. I screenshot pictures. I save them. If you looked at my phone, it's outrageous, the thousands and thousands of screenshots I have of auctions. Because when it comes back up, I want to look at the current picture, and I want to look at the screenshot that I took maybe 6 months ago. Is it the same? Or did the buyer or the tenant get to go in there and rummage through and take all the stuff out? Because if it's different, then I already know they had access. They cleaned their good stuff out. I'm not going to bid on it. This particular unit, it still looked the same exact way. But we got outbid on that one. They went way too high. I'm not going to tell you who it was either. Go ahead.
So, how do you buy a lot of units?
I do.
You talk about buying a lot of units, and I'm sure you buy quite a few. How do you manage processing your inventory? So you go out and buy 3 units in a week. You're running Whatnot. You guys are on multiple times. How do you process all that inventory and get it ready to sell?
It's just Quincy and I, and then my amazing employee, Wanda, who organizes for us. If you don't have a Wanda, I'm sorry, you can't take mine. She is freaking amazing. The work that she does cleaning and organizing our storage units is just, I can't even, it's amazing. But I don't sleep. He doesn't sleep. We work pretty much 24/7. If you want to be successful, you've got to, you gotta not watch TV. You gotta not sleep sometimes. And that's what we do. We pick up the unit. I am fortunate that I work a job that I just need the internet to do my job. So if we buy a unit, I can just take my laptop and he drives and I work. I forced him to learn how to drive a big ass truck because he was scared. I'm trying to teach him how to pull a trailer because that's the next thing is I want him to learn how to back up trailers. And he keeps telling me no, but they're not hard once you do it a couple times.
Spin the wheel the opposite direction.
Yep, exactly. But we do it all. We pick up the unit ourselves. We go through everything ourselves. We make piles. I have another auction buyer that lives up in PA that everything that we don't want, he comes down. I give it to him for free. Everything that was left over from Kory and I this week, he will be down tomorrow to clean the rest of that unit out. I give it all to him. I don't care. We already made our money on it. If he can go make money on it, good for him. I have a lot of people local that I give stuff to because I don't want to deal with it, and he doesn't want to deal with glass.
So I know when we buy units, I get excited and I want to go through the stuff on site. And a lot of times that causes a big problem. right? So you just pick the stuff up?
Yes.
And then process it in a different location?
I do. I never ever go through a unit on site.
Yeah, because on site can cause a mess.
On site can cause a mess. The tenant can show up. We had that actually happen. We got a banger unit, and it was a 10 by 10. She had 2 units. She didn't pay the bill on one. She was current on the other one. She still gets access to the facility even though one of her units went to auction. We're there trying to clean it out, and she shows up in tears, crying her eyes out because she lost all her stuff. I'm not a mean person. We gave it all to her. We said, look, here. She said, take what you want. What kind of things can you make your money back? Because you can't have they can't pay me. They owe the facility. If they pay me, it's still my responsibility to clean that unit out. So she ended up giving us a couple $100. We said, you have until tomorrow this time to clean it out. Whatever's left, we'll come back and pick up. And we put a lock on. She has a key to it. We have a key. So, but it happens. So you don't want to clean the units out at the facility because you may run into someone that's not going to just cry. They're going to show up with a gun. And then you're going to have some craziness to deal with. So just get the stuff and get it out of the facility. Yep. And it's more work. You're exactly right.
So you go through it there. You don't remember where everything is when you
Nope.
get back. So then you gotta go through it again.
Yep. Anything else? Because Corey's coming up to take the stage. Yes.
I run an auction. I don't pay the invoice. And it goes to the backup bidder.
Yes.
Do I get something for that?
If you win an auction and you didn't go pay for it,
Yeah, if I didn't get an invoice for storage treasure, they have to go to like backup. Yeah, or you pay for it. Do I get trouble for that?
yes,
Do I get paid?
it's possible. If you don't pay that, if you don't do it, it's possible they will. I know you definitely will if they got their little percentage and then you go in there. But I don't know that I've ever had that happen. I don't wait for StorageTreasures to take the money. As soon as I win, I go in and click pay now, even though it does within like an hour or two. It's just my OCD.
I think that's another form of a scam or a setup where there's this nice looking unit and you got 2 people working together and this guy bids it up for 10,000 and this guy started bidding at 500 and then next thing you know he gets a $10,000 unit for 500. So I'm just wondering if that person could get banned for that.
That is an issue, and I know that's something that StorageTreasures is currently working on, is trying to prevent these scams from happening, but I do know that it's happening. And people are getting like really good units for $20. So, yeah, but I can tell you, we meet every quarter with StorageTreasures on a Zoom, and we talk about the things that we're seeing out here, and that's the things they're taking back to their departments to say, hey, we need to do something about this. So I know they are working on that now. Ready? All right, we got Kory back, y'all.
So I wanted to talk about shipping because everybody always has questions about shipping, and I'm going to do a little Q&A after I'm done with shipping. I also want to talk about consistency, and I also want to talk about mindset. So when it comes to shipping, and I do seller support shows all the time, and I'm basically going to run down what I kind of go through on my seller support show. And I think, talking about mindset, I think shipping is a mindset. A lot of people want to source. They want to get live, they want to sell. They want to have some fun, right? And then what happens after the show's over? You got to ship. But you know what? I think it's a mindset, and you got to be thankful for, you don't have to go to work and some boss beat down your back, right? You don't have this corporate job. I mean, some of you guys still got corporate jobs, but when it comes to the shipping and whatnot, you're your own boss. And so you can literally play some music and do whatever you want when you're doing the shipping. You can go as slow as you want or as fast as you want. So I think it's a mindset. You should be thankful that you got some shit to ship, because there's a lot of sellers out there who ain't got nothing to ship. And they're wondering why. They're wondering why they ain't selling much. And so when I get done with my show, I just sold 500 items and I just did 20 grand. Fuck yes, I'm ready to ship. I'm ready to go. So I'm very thankful for it. I think it's just a mindset. We get through it. I mean, we did so many hours of shipping this week. The girls were here with us, and we just killed through it. I mean, I was doing some of the shows and why they were shipping some of the stuff. But generally speaking, on the road, we do 4 to 6 hour shows, and then as soon as the show's over, we're doing 4 to 6 hours of shipping as well. So I think shipping is a mindset. It's just something you got to get used to and be thankful that you have shipping to do, because now you got money in your pocket. So now when it comes to shipping, I hope everybody knows that Whatnot is a way different animal than eBay or any of the other platforms. And shipping is, it can be, you know, we're live selling. And like our panel was speaking earlier, the buyers, they were speaking about how important reduced shipping was. And I'm going to speak to you guys as if you're doing reduced shipping, because you should be doing reduced shipping. If you're not convinced after what you heard from them, hopefully these statistics that I'm about to share with you, you will be convinced. So I've done plenty of seller support shows with 300, 400, 500, 600 people in the chat, and I've taken polls. We can create polls in our chat. We can talk to these buyers and other sellers. And what I have found out, and it's not like I've done this poll one time. I've done this over a year or two period, asking questions to the buyers who are in my chat. And what I've learned out is that these numbers are very consistent. And so 70% of the buyers on Whatnot are looking for and they prefer reduced shipping. That means everybody that's on this app, they're going to be looking for that little reduced shipping banner. 70% of people, if you have that little shipping reduced banner symbol, they're coming into your room. 70% more likely. So if you're trying to grow on this app and you're trying to sell some stuff and you want people in your room, you need to be having the reduced shipping banner. 70% of buyers are looking for it. And so I've also done other polls, and I've asked buyers, who as a buyer, as a shopper, won't even step foot in your room? So these people, this statistic that I'm about to give you, these people will not even walk into your room unless you're offering the reduced shipping banner. On the low end, this poll has been 30%. On the high end, this poll has been 40%. So let's just take the middle ground there. So that means about 35% of the buyers on this app won't even step foot into your room unless you're offering reduced shipping. So if you're not offering reduced shipping and you're wondering why you don't have that many people in your room, or you're wanting to get up to the next level, because I do one-on-one calls all the time with people and they're asking me, hey Kory, how do I get from 20 to 40 people in my room? How do I get from 40 to 60? How do I get from 60 to 80? And the first question I always ask, are you offering reduced shipping? And if you're not, you need to start doing it. 35% of the buyers are ignoring you. That is a lot of business. So if you're trying to be a business owner and compete on this app and be successful, that's an uphill battle if you're not offering the reduced shipping. That's 35% of the buyers. And so we also asked how many of the buyers are going to be staying in your room, swiping on the item and buying more stuff when they hit free shipping. 95%. And as you guys all know out here, why the hell would you go to another room and start buying stuff when you already got free shipping in someone else's room? So that leads me to my next thing. How do we get people to free shipping quicker? And that was my experiment with the 11 ounces. So how do I entice people? How do I get people into the free shipping so they're 95% more likely to stay in my room and swipe on items and purchase more stuff? So instead of putting all my items at 1 pound or the actual weight, I just put all of my items at 11 ounces. And what that does is instead of them having to take the burden of $9.21, they're now only having to spend about $5 for shipping on their first item. And then the second one is $3. And then after that, they're into free shipping. And so we also asked, how likely are you as a buyer, or I should say, as a buyer, are you, who here is more hesitant and less likely to swipe on your first item and purchase your first item if you have to endure the $9.21 on your first item, right? We have a buyer who's talking about it. It's 70%. 70% of buyers are less likely to swipe on the first item and to purchase their first item. So I think with all these numbers that I just shared with you, you guys hopefully can consider doing reduced shipping if you're not already. I think it'll greatly improve your business. And if you want to even go one step further, make your listing and your item into the 11 ounces area. People always ask me, but Kory, what if it's like a 5-pound vase? It doesn't matter what it is. I don't care if it's 20 pounds. I'm running it at 11 ounces. That's what I'm doing with it. Every once in a while, you will have to eat a couple dollars in shipping, and somebody's going to tell me, well, Kory, I'm not a big seller like you. I can't eat that. You know, if you're going to act like a small, if you want to be a big seller, you got to act like a big seller and make those moves right away. You can't be waiting until you're a big seller to do big seller things. I got to where I'm at by doing all these things that I'm talking about with the reduced shipping. If you guys have been on the app long enough, Whatnot used to not do reduced shipping. There used to be no such thing as reduced shipping, and the number one complaint from buyers was shipping cost. And the day they changed into reduced shipping was the day that I went into reduced shipping, and I told myself, I'm gonna figure out how to do this. I gotta figure out a way. I wanna offer the best shipping price possible, and I want more buyers to come into my room and feel comfortable. And so that's what I did day one when they started offering the reduced shipping. I started doing it, and I noticed more people in my room. So if you're not offering reduced shipping, it's an absolute must. I highly, highly recommend it. Okay, I won't go too much into the weights and stuff like that, but really quick on that, and I speak about this in my seller support shows too. Shipping to me, I know a lot of people spend a lot of time on shipping. Sometimes people are in the rooms for 8 hours, 12 hours. Sometimes you gotta wake up the next morning and continue shipping. I try to make shipping as simple as possible, break it down into layman's terms. So if you don't know this, Whatnot and USPS have a deal with each other, and there's certain weight thresholds. So I have all my items listed at 11 ounces. So if I sell something at 11 ounces, but it actually weighs 14 ounces after I pack it up and everything, I'm shipping it at 11 ounces. I'm not adjusting the label. A good example was this week. This week, I'm trying to change some of the packages into a flat rate label, and me and Bug are cussing at the computer because the damn thing is refreshing and Whatnot's glitching. And I hate that shit. I got a message from Storage Auction Pirate. Hey, is your shipping being slow? I'm about to break this computer. And it's because we're having to adjust labels and stuff. So I want to try to adjust labels as much as possible. So if my package and my label are both under 1 pound, I'm shipping it. I'm putting the damn label on the package and I'm shipping it. It's the same cost for us sellers, and you can fact check that by going and adjusting the label and scrolling down. It's going to tell you there's 0 extra cost. Same thing, 1 and 5 pounds. Anything between 1 and 5 pounds is the same cost. So if I just sold 2 items, that's 22 ounces, but it actually weighs 3 pounds, I'm shipping it. I'm not adjusting this label. I'm not taking the time to cuss at the computer and wait for it to refresh, because Whatnot just updated on Tuesday and now it's glitching. So I'm not doing that. After that, there's going to be 5 pounds. After 5 pounds is when you got to kind of like make sure your shit is on point and make sure the weight's correct. So after 5 pounds, hopefully you're using the 5 pounds or more flat rate option. Is everybody here using 5 pounds or more flat rate? That saved me so much money, okay? So on your shipping settings, where it says domestic, I do 5 pounds or more flat rate box. What this does is it tells Whatnot, hey, after the buyer pays and purchases more than 5 pounds, they've done the 921, they've paid their share, and I am no longer going to be, I'm not going to be charged for anything, because this is going into a flat rate box. So that is a way to protect yourself on the front end, because we all know Whatnot charges for shipping at the time of the transaction. So if you have ground advantage on for 5 pounds or more, after 5 pounds, you're eating all of that cost, and there ain't no way to get it back if you can fit it into a flat rate box. Flat rate boxes are my best friends. I use the majority of medium or large flat rate boxes. So turning on the 5 pounds or more flat rate option is going to tell Whatnot to charge you nothing at all. And the only time that you'll ever have to pay anything is if it doesn't fit into a flat rate box and it weighs more than 5 pounds. Then you just adjust out of the flat rate option and you only pay what you were gonna have to pay anyways, which is small amounts of money if you're doing it right. So after that, it comes 20 pounds. A lot of people tell me, Kory, I got somebody that ordered 50 items, and this mofo weighs 30 pounds. And I don't know what to do. The shipping is going to be $50. So the only time I will unbundle anything is if it weighs 20 or more pounds and it can't fit into a flat rate box. So it is cheaper to ship 2 boxes at 15 pounds each than it is 1 box at 30 pounds. So that's the only way I would unbundle. So 20 pounds or more, if it's not fitting into a flat rate box, then I'm unbundling. But that's the only time I unbundle. I hear people unbundling all the time, and then they're eating like hundreds of dollars in shipping. I hardly ever unbundle. I don't want to unbundle. Worst case scenario, I will if it can't fit into a flat rate box and it weighs more than 20 pounds.
Hey, can I elaborate on that?
Yeah, let's do it.
You can put the weight and everything in and get the price of how much you're going to be charged if your allowances are gone before you actually save that.
Correct.
And then you can go and unbundle it if you need to.
Yeah.
I've shipped boxes almost 30 pounds in 1 box, and sometimes it's less than $10.
Especially if they live closer to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really not that bad.
So what Donkey Dad is saying is if you want to look at how much the cost is going to be before you pay the cost, go down and edit your shipment and put those weights into where the weights go, and scroll down, and it'll tell you what your cost is going to be before you actually have to pay the cost. It's kind of like it. And sometimes I'll mess around with those. I'll be like, all right, 19 pounds, what's that going to get me? 30 pounds. I just try to figure a way out to not necessarily cheat the system, but rework it and do things differently. Think outside the box. Try different things to reduce the cost of your shipping.
It's not going to charge you unless you generate labor.
Yes, correct. Okay, so there's shipping. Now I want to talk about consistency. I think this is very important, consistency. I wrote a book. It's called Run That Shit, How to Make 6 Figures as a Live Streaming Reseller. It's an Amazon best-selling book. You can also get it in Barnes & Nobles. And my first chapter in this book is about consistency. And it's because I believe that consistency is the absolute #1 thing on this app to grow your following, make money. I heard somebody ask a question or make a comment earlier about how do they get out of only having 4 people in your room. And I would say consistency is how you do that. And building. And when I talk about consistency, I'm not just talking about consistently going live. Consistency in everything that you do. So when I first started out on Whatnot, I started out just kind of selling stuff out of my house, selling stuff from garage sales, selling stuff from storage units. It was really random. And I was trying to find my place on Whatnot. The first 6 months on Whatnot, I barely made any money. I really did. And some of my shows were not great at all. And I was questioning myself, is this platform even for me? Like, should I go back to eBay and hire some more people to do the posting? But I kept telling myself, I need to think outside the box. I need to do things differently and try to figure this out, because I do believe there's something here with Whatnot that might be kind of special. So the first year on Whatnot, I really didn't make any money for my first 6 months. The last 6 months is where I really started to pick up, and it's because I started to be more consistent. I started scheduling. I think you guys were talking about earlier, there was actually some kind of where they saw that people who scheduled the same shows at the same time every single day were way better than people who just randomly do it. And I speak about this a lot. So what really got me going is every Sunday at 9:30 in the morning, I went live no matter what. And that's where I really started to gain my following. And that was kind of, like 5-6 months in, and I started really picking up steam. The other shows that I did on Monday and Tuesday and Thursday, you guys remember when they used to have the viewer count on your shows, and you could actually see the viewer count on your past shows? My viewer count was always double on Sunday compared to the others. My sales were always double on Sunday compared to the others. I went live every single Sunday at 9:30 a.m. And I tell people, you gotta kind of have the mindset and take it into consideration. And it's kind of like a TV show. Like, if you have a TV show that you watch, you know that your TV show is going live at 7 p.m. Monday, every Monday. You know that you're gonna get your chores done, you're gonna be off work, you're gonna be watching dinner, you're gonna make your dinner and stuff and sit down and watch that show. So let's just take like the Kardashians or Breaking Bad or, you know, whatever show it is that you watch. I don't know, I don't even watch TV anymore, I watch Whatnot. But so these shows, they never change their times. They're consistent, it's the same damn time every week. And so that's what you should do. You should think that you're the Breaking Bad, you're the damn Kardashians. So make sure that you're scheduling your shows at the same time, the same day, every single week, and be consistent with it. Consistency is extremely, extremely important. On the back half of that last 6 months of my first year is where I really started picking up. My first year on Whatnot, I did $140,000, and most of that was that last 6 months. And then I was talking to Storage Auction Pirate, we were talking about goals, and this was going into my second year, and I said, I want to try to do $250,000. I want to try to do $250,000. I did $940,000 that second year. 940. And it's consistency. It truly is consistency. And it is a mindset as well. In the last 12 months, I've done $1.5 million on this app, which is incredible. I never would have thought that I could have done something like that, but I think it's consistency in how I do my shows, the consistency in how involved I am in the community, the consistency in my networking, the consistency in the shipping that I offer, and the consistency in which I go live. And I show up every single day, and I try to bring some entertainment. We're goofy as hell in there. We like to have fun, and I think consistency is the absolute #1 thing. And if you have my book, you can literally go down the chapters and just apply the word consistency before each chapter. Networking, be consistent in that. Honesty and integrity, be consistent in that. Your energy. People, I'll tell you this right now. If I'm off and there's some shit going on, people know it. People know it. My prices are lower, my sold prices are lower, and the amount of people in my chat are lower. If my energy's good and people are feeding off of me and I'm feeding off of them, I have more people in my show and my bids are much higher. So consistency in your energy. I know, look, we all go through some shit. Every single person in this room is going through something in life, but you gotta suck it up and you gotta be consistent with that energy. And bring it every single day that you turn on your Whatnot. Your shipping cost, consistency, the being loose, being yourself, being authentic, being real, the consistency. Everything in this book, just put consistency in front of it. I used to think networking was the most important thing. When I used to do my seller support shows, I talked about how important networking was. It is important, but not as important as consistency. Consistency is the most important thing that there is, because you can apply that to everything that we talk about. So consistency is extremely important. The next thing that I would like to talk about is mindset. And I don't really speak too much about mindset in my book, but I think mindset is extremely important because the mind is a very powerful thing. And you got, like we just said, you know, we got things going on in our personal life. And that can drag your mindset down, right? That can mess with you. And you gotta have that powerful mindset to keep going and be strong and not worry about how you feel, you know, like, oh, my stomach hurts and I don't wanna go live today, my dog farted, or whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? You can't make these excuses. You gotta have a strong mindset and just keep going. So mindset's extremely important in many different factors. Mindset's extremely important when people speak negative about you. You know, you heard such and such seller said this and this about you, and what are you going to do about it? You're going to go and, you know, speak negative and release that same negative energy and speak down on somebody else? I mean, I think that would be the incorrect thing to do. I think that, you know, just worry about yourself, focus on yourself. All that shit is white noise. Some of the most successful people I've ever talked to, they don't even worry. They don't even worry about what people are thinking about them because they're so focused on what they're doing and their own agenda and what they need to get done. If I was focused and worried about what all these other people were saying about me, I wouldn't get anything done. I would be too occupied on all the bullshit. So I don't got time to go read Reddit or somebody's Discord group or somebody's screenshot that they sent me because they're talking smack. I don't give a fuck about what people are thinking about me. I got shit to do. I got a plane to catch. I got shipping to get done. I got a 7-hour show in front of me. I'm trying to do 2 mil next year. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm worried about what other people are thinking about me, I ain't gonna do it. So I believe mindset's extremely important. Sometimes when I go to bed at night, and this might sound corny to some of y'all, but my mindset is set. I'm gonna kick ass when I wake up tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's my bitch. I got this, and there ain't nothing gonna stand in my way. I go to bed with that positive mindset, so when I wake up, I do the same thing. I wake up and I'm like, today's my day. And I give thanks. I don't know if you guys are spiritual, but I give thanks when I wake up. Hey, I made it another day. And today, my mindset is focused and I'm gonna go kick some ass. And I just try to remain positive to the best of my ability. I'm not perfect, obviously. Things get the best of me sometimes, but for the most part, that mindset is where it's at. You gotta stay focused. You gotta stay strong. Be consistent. And just ignore what people are saying about you. I don't think what the naysayers, those people are focused on you. They're like, you're their biggest fan. That kind of flatters me. People are actually coming into my show, spending hours of their time out of their day so they can catch me doing something so they can go talk shit about me somewhere else. But I don't really care about what they think about me. I'm focused on myself, my team, and I'm surrounding myself with people like Abandoned Treasures and Inga and the people who are trying to get shit done in this community, the people who are positive and that will lift me up. Those are the people I want to be around, the people that are trying to lift each other up, and the other people who are not, I'm not going to talk smack about them. I'm just going to go my own way and kind of slide to the side and be my own person. So I do think consistent mindset is extremely important. I did leave a whole bunch of time open, probably about 30 minutes for Q&A, because I do really well when I get asked a question and I can answer the question. I didn't write anything down, so I just really went off the top of my head. So if you guys have any questions, I would love to answer them.
You're speaking of consistency, and I didn't want to interrupt you, but another thing that's important that you do really well is you're consistent in your branding.
Yeah,
and
for
I
sure.
think that really makes a difference, because if I see a line anywhere, I'm like, oh, Kory, I gotta look at these on stand. Like, it really, that does make a big difference. It's like in your brain. So
Yeah, I think branding is extremely important. That's why I hardly ever use a different thumbnail. I actually don't use any thumbnails, because if you don't use a thumbnail, Whatnot will automatically use your profile picture, and that's what I want everybody to see. I'm not going to use a selfie as my logo. I want everybody to see that line. If you see that line, you already know what the hell the deal is. You already know what's going on. We're running that shit. So jump in the room. I mean, you probably don't even look at the title when you see the line. You're just coming in. So I do believe branding is extremely important. Philly dropped some good pointers earlier, talking about, run that shit, ride the wave. Those are things that we do in the chat to kind of like make it known. I don't know how many followers are at the time that I had the idea of run that shit, but I was in my garage. I was buying storage units at the time. I was probably around 4,000 to 5,000 followers with probably like 30 people in my room. And I don't know, we were all people drop R or run in the chat for you to run the item. And I was like, that's kind of boring. I don't want to do that anymore. If you guys want me to sell something, drop it in chat RTS. And who would have thought? Who would have thought? You guys have seen RTS is all over the place. And it's also an Amazon best-selling book. That was just on the whim. That was something that happened organic, spur of the moment. So I do believe thinking outside the box and trying new things is different. Half of the ideas that I have are complete flops. They're shit. But the other half of the ideas might be pretty good. And so I run with some of those ideas that stick. Run that shit was definitely one of them. So thank you for that. Questions?
The reduced shipping has been amazing, and we've always gotten a lot of bids, and it's done good. But we tried something on 10-minute rates where there's not enough time to run that many things. The buyers might not bid because they have to pay shipping. We actually tried free shipping on a 10-minute rate, and while we did have to come out of shipping, the bids were through the roof. Everybody was bidding. We were very successful on a 10-minute rate on a free shipping. It sounds crazy, but we made more money than we did on our previous 10-minute rate, where people had to pay reduced shipping.
So for the people watching on the stream, or if you didn't hear him, what he was saying is that on a raid train where they didn't have much time to sell stuff, they actually offered free shipping, and they crushed it. And I would say that's a good point. And some people would never do that because they're really focused on, oh, I'm going to have to pay this amount for shipping, and I really believe that's a small money way of thinking it. And doing something like that is outside the box. And you know what? If you try it once and it doesn't work and it's a total flop, well then you know. But if you try it and it's different, you think outside the box and you crush it, now you know. Now you know. So that's a great thing to bring up. I've actually never done free shipping, but on June 9th we did $6.90 shipping for the 6-9 raid trade. That was pretty cool. We definitely had some higher bids in there, but I might actually try that for shorter free shipping. So, and when buyers are in free shipping or they have free shipping, they're swiping more. I mean, we all know it. Us sellers are in there swiping more. It's a mindset, and sometimes they'll pay more. They'll pay more with the free shipping than they would have if they didn't have the free shipping. If that makes any sense, you know what I'm saying? So you're gonna sell it way more.
I just want to tag on to that free shipping. We're in vintage, and I went to totally free shipping, and it has drastically changed my business. The number of buyers, the number of new followers, the number of new buyers, the higher bid price, drastically changed the projection of where we're going.
Okay, awesome. I actually did a one-on-one with somebody one time, and they told me that they were going to start. That was like they never had a show. They were a new seller, and they were going to start with free shipping. And I was like, well, that's fucking ballsy. Let me tell you. Let me see how this goes. Well, they're doing really good. They're doing really good. So good that they're not sure if they're going to come off of their free shipping. Yeah, you will have to eat a little bit of shipping, but I think over the longer duration, over a long period of time. You're going to have more people in your room, you're going to have more people swiping, and the prices are going to go higher. Yes, you're going to have to eat on a couple items, that's no question, but over the long period of time, you're going to make that money back.
We do it ourselves. We usually do like a $5 max shipping, like it was up to like an hour-long train, and I just set everything in 3 ounces, even if it's 25 pounds.
Sure.
That way I'm in control when I go to ship.
Yep, because you have 5 pounds or more flat rate.
Right, and usually that first swipe, if somebody buys one item, I'm gonna pay 40 cents. But then I've got 200 people who are willing to swipe now.
Yep.
Because it's not, they hit it.
Yep.
Like usually those first 3, when you first start, those first 3 or 4 or 5 items are like lower than you would expect. But then after that, it's just
Of course.
exponential.
Of course.
Because they're free shipping, so now you've got these 5 people minimum fighting, because now it's free.
Yep.
So that has exponentially helped us, especially on those like hourly, up to like an hour-long train.
So that's another outside the box kind of thinking, and I believe it's extremely important to think outside the box and do things differently and try new things, because you just never know unless you try it. If you're doing the same thing as everybody else and getting the same shitty results, I mean, good luck, you know what I'm saying? A lot of my really good ideas and a lot of some of the reasons why I've done 1.5 mil in the last 12 months is because I have a weird way of thinking on some things, and I'm trying to do things differently than everybody else. And again, half the things work, half the things don't. And I learn from it. It's a learning process. So.
I just want to add on the reduced shipping to change the way you think about it. If you're going to run one item that is 10 ounces and you don't have reduced shipping on, and your buyer comes in and they bid on that, and that's all they get is that one item, and they're paying $9.21 for that one item that's only 10 ounces to ship, who's getting that extra money? You're not. Whatnot's getting it. You can't refund the shipping, so why not do the reduced shipping, keep that money in your pocket so they swipe more rather than giving that extra shipping money. I spent $150 with one seller in shipping because I wasn't paying attention that it wasn't reduced shipping. And I bought $150 worth of stuff. That seller didn't get that money. Whatnot got it. So think of it that way. You're going to get more bids because Whatnot's not taking that money from you. You may have to pay $40 at the end of your show and extra shipping, but think about how much you made because they're not paying all that extra shipping to Whatnot. Just
from the big seller's perspective, on average, how much overage do you pay? Like if you would pull like a $3,000 show, how much do you pay in shipping?
Yeah, so she's asking how much do we pay in shipping of overage when it comes to reduced shipping, and it really just kind of depends on how many items you sell, what you're selling, and kind of just depends on a little bit of everything. But I would say on average, because I know how to kind of like, I'm an outside the box thinker and I kind of know how to finagle the system really well, I would say that any between like $30 to $50.
Yep.
But if I'm doing $4,000, $8,000, $10,000, $20,000, what the hell do I care about, $30 to $50? So as a smaller seller, who's not selling that much yet, and you're offering the reduced shipping, yeah, there's going to be some times where you have to eat $3 to $4 here and there. But over a period of time, if you're consistent, you're going to build that following up. People are going to be trusting in you to always be offering that reduced shipping, and they're going to be coming back to your room. I've turned so many people into doing the reduced shipping, and they will message me back like, Kory, I don't know why I didn't do that sooner, because last night I did a show with the reduced shipping and the 11 ounces, and I had double the amount of people in my room, and they stayed longer, and I made twice as much money. I've literally had people say, Kory, I'm going to take you out to dinner when you come to town, and then they throw me money in my chat. Like, I owe you money, Kory. You saved me thousands of dollars. So I highly recommend the reduced shipping. Yes, you're going to have to eat a little bit of money first, but don't focus on the little bit of money that you have to eat first. Don't focus on the long term with people coming into your room.
and write off that little money on your taxes. You're really not spending it.
It is a write-off.
Everything's a cost of business. Yeah, it's a cost of business. Write-off.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I've heard pros and cons about sellers who accept returns and who don't accept returns. I'm wondering, like, what is your take on that? I've heard that people, this is just me, people will buy more if you do offer returns, but a lot of people say as is, no, I know you're no return as is person, but what are the thoughts on whether or not you should offer returns?
Well, I actually do offer returns. So Whatnot, because of the volume that I do, gave me full access to my customer service and my returns. There are probably other sellers who have that same access, but a lot of sellers, the refunds go through Whatnot, and you don't even see it as a seller. I think because of the volume that I do, Whatnot was like, fuck this, give him all that. We don't want any more responsibility. And I love it because I think once I see the return and I see everything that's going on, I'm fully aware of my weaknesses and where I need to improve. And I actually will refund like 95%. If you ask for a refund, I'm 95% of the time I'm gonna give it to you. So I want, and typically, you know, refunds might be from somebody that spent $1,000 with me. I don't want to lose that. Like, if I have to refund $30, because when I go do my customer service, Whatnot lets me know how many times they've ever purchased from me before and what is that dollar amount. And if it's the first time and it's a really lousy excuse and it sounds like they just had buyer's remorse, those will be the times where I say no. But 95% of the time, I'm saying, yeah, give me the item back, I'll figure it out, I'll use it as a giveaway, I'll resell it, something like that. I don't want to lose that person that had spent $1,000 with me over a $30 item or something like that. So if you don't have access to your customer service 100%, you need to email seller support and tell them to allow you to have that access, because your eyes are going to be opened up to so much that happens behind the scenes that you can help out your business. I want to know everything that's going on. And when they opened that door for me, I was like, holy shit, this is really good. It's a little bit more work, it's a little bit more time consuming, You know, it's behind the scenes stuff, but it's a must. You're gonna want to. I mean, if you're running a business and you have no clue what is going on with your missed items, your broken items, or somebody that just wasn't happy with it, and somebody else that doesn't really communicate with you is handling that, that's really not the, I mean, you're missing out on a lot of information that can improve your business. So, somebody had a question over here? Yes.
On the, back to the shipping, the last stream I had 81 cartons I took to post office. 51 of them were larger than a flat rate large box.
Yep.
So, and much more than 5 pounds. I mean, I'll sell anything. So, and I'll box up anything. It's not uncommon for me to have boxes that are 20 by 20 by 20.
Yep.
How can I utilize a reduced shipping and not get, you know, in a situation like that where, and most people that buy units, you guys buy a lot, you guys buy units, you know, you're gonna sell amps for guitars.
Yep.
You're not gonna fit in a box. I mean, they're gonna be 25 pounds. How do you cut somebody a break on that? I mean, what am I missing?
So if I had like a 25-pound amp and I found it in a storage unit and I didn't think I was gonna get that much money for it, I'd probably sell it local. I probably would just go ahead and sell it local. I think if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. You know, if I get sent out to a place, because I don't really buy storage units anymore, I get called out to do liquidations. And if somebody puts some glass vase out there that's, you know, it's not a high dollar and they want me to sell it and I'm about to run it for $1, I'm most likely skipping it because that's $10 in bubble wrap. That's also a possibility of it breaking and me having to refund it anyways. So sometimes I'm just going to skip the item. Now, if somebody really likes it and the chat's like, yo, run that, I'll be like, can somebody make me an offer on it? And sometimes people will make me an offer higher than I thought I was going to get for it anyways, and then I'll start it for like 20 bucks. But
are you changing your dimensions?
that's what I was going to say next. So some people may not like me for saying this, but I don't really give a damn. I've sold over 117,000 items on this app, and I've never once changed my measurements, not one damn time.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay. So I think that's obviously a way to save money. Just don't mess with the measurements, plus it's more time consuming. You're gonna get frustrated with whatnot and the glitching and all that. But if you are offering reduced shipping and you also have the 5 pounds or more flat rate box implemented, then you're only gonna pay the cost in which you were gonna have to pay when you go adjust it. And it shouldn't be that much. It really shouldn't be that much. But I think we're looking at small money when we're thinking, damn, I got to eat the $30 to $50. It's a long-term process. It's an investment that you're going to offer this reduced shipping to people, and over a period of time, they're going to get really comfortable coming into your room, knowing they only have to pay the $9.21. And 35% of the buyers on the app won't even step foot into your room unless you're offering it. When they hit the free shipping, 95% of the people are going to stay in your room and start bidding. So there's no analytics to prove and to show us how many more times that somebody swiped and bid and how many more times they bought items after they hit the reduced shipping. But I'm here to tell you, my numbers speak for themselves, and it works. It really does. And I've heard this not just from me. This is other people in the community that I talk to that say it does work and it's an absolute must. So reduced shipping is a must.
Can I add on that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I also go through my list and see what's going to be the heaviest or biggest or most quantity that I know is going to be way oversized, and I'll do those first to use
Great
up
point.
to use up my 5 allowances before I get to having to pay out of pocket.
So what Donkey Dad said is try to focus on your bigger items at the beginning of your show. And to add on to what he just said, I've actually noticed that more of my single items that people are just bought one item, most of that is at the end of my show. So not only to use your adjustments, but to make sure people, if they have a big item that they bought at the beginning, they probably bought some other items too, so they paid the $9.21 and it helps out a little bit. So you don't ever want to run like some of your biggest items last, especially if you're using my method of 11 ounces, and then because you're going to have to eat, you know, a little bit more money than you would have if you would have ran those bigger items at the beginning.
This might be a logistics question because I'm not a seller yet. how do you keep up with the chat? Do you use like 2 different devices to maybe keep up with? I mean, and I love the way you call out people. It strokes my ego when you say, "Hey, boy, I'm a flipper." You know, I know it's crazy, but it just makes you feel good when you hear.
So, keeping up with the chat is a must. That's engaging with your community and the people. I use one device and one device only. I've never used 2 devices. My phone is in my hand. I'm like this. I mean, literally. Sometimes I do this because my fucking arm hurts because it's like this all the time. But literally, you have to be paying attention to your chat. I use one device. Everything that I'm running, all my auctions are right off my phone. Everything that I do is right off my phone. And I won't even really look at the item, like, with my eyes. I'm looking at it through the phone, so I can also see my chat at the same time. I'll go into somebody's room, and if I ask them about the item, or I say hello, and everybody else is trying to talk to them, and they're totally like, if you don't pay attention to your chat, you're gonna have less people in your room. That's just facts. You've gotta be engaging with your community and paying attention to that chat. It's a no-brainer, and I use one device to do it. There's other different methods. I've gotten comfortable with one device, and that's what I know, so that's what I use. I'm sure there's other people that use different devices and have a big TV up there, and it's easy for them to read the chat on the TV and stuff like that. I say whatever works best for you and whatever you're comfortable with.
Shout out to Kale Bell.
Shout out to my best moderator on the planet, Kel Beezy. What you got?
So in a room full of entrepreneurs, it's obvious when you work for yourself in your small business owner, you work 10 times harder than you do at a 9 to 5. For those who hustle so hard and do every day and show up every day the way y'all do.
Tell him, Kelbo.
I can say I do. What is your advice, or what do y'all do for the work-life balance? How do you digress? How do you recharge?
Yeah.
Kory goes on vacation.
So I booked a trip to Aruba for 7 days. That's how I fucking recharge. I'll be in Aruba next week, actually. I just booked my trip yesterday. I was like, fuck this, I'm out of this bitch. I'm going to Aruba next week for 7 days. So that's how I recharge. But I think everybody's different, you know? Some people probably go out and get in touch with Mother Nature. Some people probably meditate or do yoga or exercise, go to the gym, different stuff like that. Yeah, they come to Maryland and hang out with all of us and go down to the Market Street and have some party or something. I don't know. I think it's a little bit different for everybody. I think there needs to be a balance, though. I've actually caught myself, and I say, Kory, you need some time to yourself. You need some time to relax and reflect, because you can get burnt out. You know, I speak to Inga and Jackie all the time. I'm like, you girls need a vacation. It's like, just go away for a couple of days and relax. I think it's extremely important to recharge and enjoy life. Take some time with your family and do those things. But I think we hustle harder, you know, doing this because it's more enjoyable. Yeah. And I want to be, and again, you know, going back to mindset, I want to be so in it where I'm like almost obsessed with it, where people are like, yo, Kory's fucking crazy. But yeah, that's exactly where I want to be. I want to be so fucking invested in what I do that you don't understand. You don't understand this drive, this determination, this mindset that I have. I'm going to put everything I got into it. I'm never going to do anything half-assed. So yeah, it's good to get away though.
Kory, I just want to say I appreciate you and everything you do for the But tomorrow, what time are we meeting down there?
Yeah, great question. Great question. So, and thank you for that, by the way. So tomorrow we will be meeting on Market Street and Carroll Creek at 11 a.m. If anybody wants to come, you don't have to meet there. You don't have to meet there. You can go do your own thing. Maybe you had enough time with all of us and you just want to go do your own thing, and then maybe that's the time you want to reflect and relax by yourself or with a loved one. But Carroll Creek, Market Street, 11 a.m. in the streets. We're going to have some fun. Come join us.
Just for everybody who is interested, on my way here, there is Berryville, which I came through, is having their town-wide yard sale tomorrow.
Okay. There's competition. Why didn't you just tell everybody that? Now y'all are all going to be competing with each other.
We need shipping labels.
mark his show tomorrow. He's gonna be live fucking selling from the garage sale.
I need a shipping label. I need a shipping label.
For everyone coming to In the Streets, parking is going to be a bitch. If you are able to get into a parking garage, good for you. If you cannot and you're driving there, I would recommend finding maybe somewhere nearby and letting the Uber drive you and drop you off. If you can carpool with each other, even better, but parking's gonna be crazy because they have that entire street shut down.
And the Airbnb that we are staying at, they sent me a list of every parking garage and everything, so if you guys want me to send you a screenshot, if you got our number, I'll send it to you guys.
Yes. There you go.
Yeah.
If you bought an event shirt today, wear it tomorrow. That way we can take a little group photo and all be Twinkies.
I'm hard of hearing, so where was his yard sale at?
It's called Cherryville. Cherryville.
You're not allowed to go. You gotta be downtown with us.
Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh yeah, I did forget. There's a poker game tonight at my Airbnb. I have like 3 spots available. I want to take your fucking money, so come on over and join me. Feel free to send me a message on Whatnot, or if you got my cell phone, let me know. It's probably gonna go from like 8 to like midnight or 1, but after 1 you gotta get the fuck out. Any more questions? Any more questions?
No, Tiny!
I want to thank, yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell everybody to please pick their trash up?
Oh, yeah,
and
hey.
throw it in the trash cans?
They have another event tonight, so if you guys could be so kind to just kind of clean up after yourselves, put some stuff in the trash, and that's all that we ask of you guys. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate y'all.